What if I told you that some of the most feared men in history did not lurk in myths, but walked our streets less than a century ago? Men who swore an oath not to a nation, not even to their families, but to a single man. They believed they were untouchable, chosen, almost godlike. Yet their rise led only to horror, destruction, and one of the darkest legacies the world has ever known. This is their story. Welcome to Historic Feed, where history is not told like a textbook, but as a living, breathing experience. In this series, we are uncovering the entire history of the Waffen-SS, their birth as Hitler's loyal guard, their terrifying expansion across Europe, the atrocities they committed, the battles they fought, and their final stand in the ruins of Berlin. This is not just war history. It's a haunting reminder of what blind loyalty, fear, and ideology can create when left unchecked. And here's where I need you. If these stories move you, if you believe history must never be forgotten, then please subscribe to Historic Feed. By subscribing, liking, and sharing, you're not just supporting this channel. You're helping keep alive the memory of voices silenced and ensuring that the horrors of the past are never repeated. Drop your thoughts in the comments, too. I read every single one. Let's build this community together, where history is told honestly, emotionally, and with the weight it deserves. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. Origins of the Waffen-SS. The origins of the Waffen-SS cannot be understood without first stepping back into the aftermath of the First World War, when Germany was defeated and humiliated under the Treaty of Versailles. The German army was reduced to a mere 100,000 men, the empire dissolved, and the economy burdened with reparations that seemed unbearable. Soldiers returned home not to victory parades, but to poverty, political chaos, and disillusionment. This atmosphere of unrest and humiliation created fertile ground for radical ideas to flourish. Among the many groups that sprang up in the fractured politics of the Weimar Republic was the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazi Party, led by a man who would become infamous throughout the world, Adolf Hitler. Hitler understood from the very beginning that his survival in politics depended not only on words and speeches, but also on force. The streets of Germany were battlefields where communists, monarchists, and nationalists clashed daily. To secure their meetings and rallies, the Nazis relied on the Sturmabteilung, or SA, often called the Brown Shirts. This mass paramilitary organization was large, loud, and effective at intimidating enemies, but it was also unruly, filled with street brawlers who often acted on their own impulses. Hitler, who valued absolute loyalty, grew wary of the SA's lack of discipline. After the failed beer hall putsch of 1923, during which Hitler attempted to seize power in Munich and subsequently spent time in prison, he realized that he needed something far more reliable than the SA. When he returned to political life in 1925, Hitler authorized the creation of a small personal guard, initially numbering only a handful of men. This group was called the Schutzstaffel, or Protection Squadron, abbreviated as SS. At first, their duties were simple. They served as Hitler's personal bodyguards, ensuring his safety at rallies and presenting an image of loyalty and strength around him. Yet even at this early stage, the SS was marked by a principle that would define its future: complete devotion not to the party as a whole, but to Hitler himself. It was under the leadership of Heinrich Himmler, appointed Reichsführer SS in 1929, that this small bodyguard unit began its transformation into something far greater. Himmler was a man of methodical habits, obsessed with order, ideology, and race. To him, the SS was not simply a protective detail. It was to become a political and racial elite, a kind of modern knightly order bound together by loyalty, discipline, and a belief in the superiority of what they called the Aryan race. Himmler set about creating strict requirements for membership. Candidates were required to prove their ancestry back to the early 19th century, to demonstrate physical fitness, and to pledge unwavering obedience. What he sought was not a rabble of fighters, but a carefully selected core of men who embodied Nazi ideals. The symbolism of the SS reflected this vision. Their black uniforms, designed to project authority and fear, stood in stark contrast to the brown of the SA. The black color, with silver runes and death's head insignia, was intended to create an aura of mystique and dread. Every detail was deliberate, reinforcing the idea that the SS was not merely another paramilitary group, but a chosen order that would one day play a central role in Hitler's state. This distinction between the SA and the SS became increasingly important as the Nazi Party grew. The SA, under the leadership of Ernst Röhm, had become enormous by the early 1930s, numbering in the millions. Röhm dreamed of turning the SA into a revolutionary people's army that would eventually replace the traditional Reichswehr, the official German army limited by the Versailles Treaty. Such ambitions alarmed many, including Germany's conservative military leadership, who feared that Röhm's vast organization could threaten their authority. It also alarmed Hitler, who knew that to secure his own rise to power he needed the support of the professional army, not its destruction. The SS, though still small in comparison, became Hitler's insurance against the SA. Himmler's men were disciplined, absolutely loyal, and above all, devoted to Hitler personally. Their role as a counterbalance to Röhm's growing ambitions soon became crucial. In June of 1934, the simmering tensions erupted during what became known as the Night of the Long Knives. Hitler, seeking to secure the loyalty of the Reichswehr and eliminate potential rivals, ordered a purge of Röhm and the SA leadership. Over the course of several days, key figures of the SA, along with other political opponents, were arrested and executed. The SS played a central role in carrying out these killings, proving both their effectiveness and their willingness to serve as Hitler's tool for ruthless action. The consequences of the purge were immense. The SA was reduced in power and influence, while the SS emerged stronger than ever. Hitler rewarded Himmler and his men by declaring the SS independent of the SA, directly subordinate to him. From that moment forward, the SS became not just a bodyguard unit, but a major institution within the Nazi state. It was now both a political instrument and a military force in the making, its future expansion foreshadowing the creation of the Waffen-SS at this stage. However, the Waffen-SS did not yet exist as a formal combat force. The SS still functioned largely as a political police and security apparatus. Himmler expanded its responsibilities, giving it authority over intelligence, surveillance, and eventually over the concentration camp system that would become synonymous with terror. Within the SS, a special unit known as the SS-Verfügungstruppe, or SS Dispositional Troops, was formed. These were the first seeds of the Waffen-SS, conceived as a military wing that would be trained and equipped like soldiers, but still politically loyal to the Nazi Party rather than the state army. By the time Hitler rose to power in 1933 and consolidated control over Germany, the SS had grown from a handful of personal guards into a force numbering tens of thousands. Its transformation had been rapid but deliberate, shaped by Himmler's vision and Hitler's need for absolute loyalty. The Waffen-SS, which would later expand into a multinational army fighting across Europe, was born out of this environment of political intrigue, rivalry, and ideological zeal. Thus, in its earliest phase, the SS represented more than just soldiers. It was a political body, a racial brotherhood, and a tool of terror. The origins of the Waffen-SS are inseparable from this context. The men who would later march in battlefields from France to Russia were first and foremost selected for their loyalty and ideology. Their path began not in trenches or training grounds, but in the smoke-filled halls of political rallies, the secretive purges of rivals, and the steady, calculated rise of a small bodyguard unit that grew into one of the most notorious organizations of the 20th century. The years following the Night of the Long Knives marked the true turning point in the history of the SS, and by extension the roots of what would become the Waffen-SS. Having eliminated the SA as a potential rival and secured the loyalty of the Reichswehr, Hitler elevated the SS to a position of unprecedented influence. From this moment onward, it would no longer be a mere protective squad, but a central pillar of the new Nazi state. Its future military role was already being shaped, and its expansion was intimately tied to the ambitions of both Hitler and Heinrich Himmler. The SS began to expand in two important directions. On one hand, it became a powerful security and intelligence force, taking control over political policing, surveillance, and eventually the network of concentration camps. On the other hand, it started to develop its own military units, which were small in number at first but intended to serve as an elite political army, separate from the traditional military establishment. This dual character, at once political police and aspiring army, gave the SS a unique identity and a unique danger, for it fused ideology with armed force in a way that blurred the line between soldier and executioner. In 1933, the same year Hitler took power, the SS created a formation known as the Verfügungstruppe, or Special Dispositional Troops. These were men trained as soldiers, but organized under SS authority rather than the Reichswehr. They were intended to be available at the Führer's personal disposal, hence the name. Although small compared to the German army, these troops were carefully selected, rigorously trained, and above all politically reliable. Their creation signaled Himmler's determination to build a parallel military structure loyal to Hitler and the Nazi Party alone. Alongside the Verfügungstruppe, another branch of the SS began to grow in importance: the Totenkopfverband, or Death's Head units. These were tasked with running the concentration camps that had been established to imprison political opponents and later Jews, Roma, and others deemed enemies of the state. Although not originally conceived as combat troops, the Totenkopf units reflected another aspect of the SS ethos: the blending of ideology with direct action. Service in these units was brutalizing, for guards were expected to show complete detachment and cruelty toward prisoners. This hardened them into instruments of terror and violence, qualities that, when transferred into a combat role, would make the SS notorious on the battlefield. The rise of the SS was accompanied by rituals and symbols designed to reinforce its sense of exclusivity and loyalty. Men swore an oath of allegiance not to Germany, not to the Constitution, and not even to the Nazi Party, but directly to Adolf Hitler himself. This personal oath distinguished them from the army, which swore loyalty to the state. For Himmler, this oath was crucial, for it bound the SS spiritually and personally to the Führer. Members were reminded constantly that they were not ordinary soldiers, but guardians of a political and racial mission. Their lives, both on and off duty, were shaped by expectations of purity, discipline, and obedience. Even marriage required approval, with genealogical investigations carried out to ensure that wives met racial standards. This emphasis on ideology and exclusivity gave the SS an identity that appealed to ambitious young men who sought not just a career, but a sense of belonging to something greater. Unlike the army, which was bound by traditions of the old imperial officer corps, the SS presented itself as modern, dynamic, and revolutionary. It was an institution that promised not only military adventure, but participation in the construction of a new order. To those who joined, the SS was a brotherhood, a chosen elite tasked with shaping the destiny of the German people as the Nazi regime consolidated power in the mid-1930s. The SS continued to expand. The availability of resources, weapons, and training facilities allowed the Verfügungstruppe to develop into a more professional fighting force. Exercises were conducted alongside the army, but the separation between the two was always maintained. The Reichswehr, and later the Wehrmacht, regarded the SS with suspicion, seeing it as an upstart rival. Yet Hitler encouraged its growth, using it both as a counterbalance to the conservative generals and as a way to ensure that his ideology was represented on the battlefield. The military potential of the SS was first demonstrated during the remilitarization of the Rhineland in 1936 and later during the annexations of Austria and Czechoslovakia in 1938. Although their numbers were small, SS units took part in these operations, showcasing their discipline and projecting an image of reliability and zeal. Himmler used these opportunities to argue for further expansion, presenting the SS as a force that could be trusted to act decisively in the name of the FHR. By 1939, on the eve of the Second World War, the foundations of the Waffen-SS had been laid. The Verfügungstruppe, numbering several regiments, had grown into a force ready for combat. The Totenkopf units, though primarily camp guards, were increasingly militarized. A special bodyguard regiment, the Leibstandard SS Adolf Hitler, had been created around Hitler's personal protection detail, and under the command of Sepp Dietrich II was becoming a formidable military unit. All of these formations were united by their ideological training, their loyalty to Hitler, and their sense of being distinct from the ordinary army. It is important to understand that the Waffen-SS was not born overnight. It was the product of years of gradual evolution, shaped by the political needs of the Nazi regime, the ambitions of Himmler, and the rivalry between party institutions and the traditional military. What began as a small group of bodyguards had, by the outbreak of war, become the nucleus of a military force that would expand into one of the most controversial armies in history. It was not simply a question of adding men and weapons. What made the Waffen-SS unique was the way it fused politics, race, and combat into a single identity. Its soldiers were trained not only to fight, but to believe, and it was this blend of ideology and arms that would define their role in the coming conflict. Thus, as the German army prepared to march into Poland in September 1939, the SS was no longer just a shadow organization of black-clad men at rallies. It had grown into an institution that embodied the spirit of Hitler's New Reich, ruthless, loyal, and unbound by the traditions that had once governed the German military. The Waffen-SS was about to take its first steps onto the battlefield, and with that step it would begin a path that led to both military fame and infamy, woven inseparably into the darkest chapters of the Second World War. Chapter 2. The Early Years, 1933 to 1939. Expansion, Training, and Ideological Indoctrination. The years between 1933 and 1939 were formative for the SS, and especially for the men who would later form the Waffen-SS. They marked the transformation of the SS from a political protection squad into a more structured, militarized force that could operate alongside the German army while still maintaining its distinct identity. It was a period when the foundations of its training, its culture, and its ideology were laid down with care. These were years of growth, experimentation, and preparation, during which the Waffen-SS was shaped into something that Hitler and Himmler both envisioned as a future political army of the Reich. When Hitler became Chancellor in January 1933, the Nazi Party quickly set about consolidating its power. The SS, still relatively small compared to the vast SA, benefited enormously from this process. Himmler used the opportunities provided by the Nazi rise to power to expand the SS influence in areas far beyond its original duties as bodyguards. With the police forces brought increasingly under Nazi control, the SS gained authority over intelligence, political policing, and eventually the security apparatus of the state. Yet Himmler's ambitions went beyond security. He wanted a force that could embody National Socialist ideology not just in politics, but in arms. To achieve this, Himmler and his lieutenants began to create specialized military formations within the SS. The Leibstandard SS Adolf Hitler, originally Hitler's personal guard, was reorganized into a regiment capable of combat. Under Sepp Dietrich, this unit became the most visible and prestigious of the early SS formations, often parading at rallies and ceremonies to symbolize loyalty and power. Alongside it, the Verfügungstruppe was trained as a combat-ready force, distinct from the ordinary army but modeled on its structures. These men underwent rigorous training in weapons, tactics, and discipline, while at the same time receiving intensive indoctrination in Nazi ideology. For the SS, being a soldier meant more than just fighting. It meant embodying a political mission. The training system reflected this dual purpose. Physical endurance and combat skills were emphasized, but so too were ideological lectures and cultural programs intended to bind recruits to the worldview of the Nazi state. Recruits studied racial theory, Nazi history, and the writings of Hitler. They were constantly reminded that their mission was not only to defend Germany, but to carry forward a struggle of race and ideology. This emphasis made their training different from that of the regular army, where traditional military values and professionalism were paramount. In the SS, politics and soldiering were fused into a single identity. Another important element of this period was the strict selection process. Himmler wanted the SS to represent the racial ideals of National Socialism. Candidates were carefully vetted for physical fitness, ancestry, and personal background. Even small details of appearance and health were taken into account. Those who failed to meet the standards were rejected. Marriage was also subject to control, with applications scrutinized to ensure racial purity. In this way, Himmler sought to construct a community of men who were not only loyal but who, in his mind, represented the future racial elite of Germany. This exclusivity created a sense of pride and identity among SS men. They believed themselves to be different from ordinary soldiers, set apart by their loyalty to Hitler and their ideological mission. Ceremonies, rituals, and symbols reinforced this feeling. The swearing of oaths directly to Hitler, the wearing of the black uniform, and the use of runes and insignia all gave the SS a unique cultural identity. It was more than a fighting force. It was presented as a brotherhood bound by faith in National Socialism. During this period, the SS also began to expand its international reach. Himmler was fascinated by the idea of creating a pan-Germanic order and welcomed volunteers from German-speaking communities outside Germany, such as Austria and the Sudetenland. Later, as the Waffen-SS grew, it would extend recruitment to non-German volunteers across Europe, but even in the 1930s the seeds of this idea were planted. The SS was not only a German institution but was imagined as the nucleus of a broader racial community. Meanwhile, the army watched the growth of the SS with suspicion. Many generals regarded the SS as political amateurs and resented their pretensions to military status. Yet Hitler encouraged the SS, partly as a way to balance the power of the conservative officer corps. By supporting the SS expansion, he ensured that no single military institution would hold a monopoly on force. This rivalry would shape the development of the Waffen-SS throughout the war, as it constantly sought to prove itself on the battlefield and to earn the recognition of the professional army. The years leading up to 1939 saw the SS tested in limited operations. During the remilitarization of the Rhineland, the annexation of Austria, and the occupation of Czechoslovakia, SS units took part in military parades and small-scale operations. These provided them with opportunities to demonstrate their discipline and loyalty, even if they were not yet engaged in full-scale combat. Himmler seized on these events to promote the SS as an indispensable arm of the regime. The image of the SS as a reliable, ideologically committed force was carefully cultivated through propaganda, which portrayed its men as models of strength, purity, and dedication. By the time Germany prepared to invade Poland in September 1939, the Waffen-SS was still small compared to the Wehrmacht, but it had grown into a recognizable combat force. Its regiments were trained, equipped, and ready to fight, though their combat experience was minimal. They entered the war not as seasoned veterans, but as eager participants, convinced of their superiority by years of indoctrination. What they lacked in experience, they made up for in zeal and loyalty. The early years had given them their identity, their training, and their mission. What lay ahead would test them on battlefields across Europe and the Soviet Union, and would shape the reputation, both infamous and formidable, that they would carry through the war. As the Nazi state consolidated power, the SS continued to grow in influence and structure, and the seeds of the Waffen-SS were firmly planted. The transformation of this organization during the years between 1933 and 1939 was not just a matter of adding more men to its ranks, but of creating an entirely new type of force, one that saw itself as both soldierly and political, both military and ideological. Its growth in these years reveals how deeply intertwined Nazi ideas were with the very fabric of the SS, shaping its training, its identity, and its role in the years to come. The mid-1930s were years of experimentation for the SS, as it sought to carve out its place in a Germany dominated by the Wehrmacht on the one hand and the Nazi party bureaucracy on the other. Himmler's genius, if one can call it that, lay in his ability to expand the SS into new areas of responsibility without drawing too much opposition at once. He steadily pushed the boundaries of what his organization controlled, while carefully presenting it to Hitler as indispensable. This gradual expansion gave the SS time to develop the institutions and traditions that would later define the Waffen-SS. Central to this process was the training system established for SS recruits. Unlike the Army, which emphasized traditional military professionalism and tactics derived from generations of experience, the SS training combined military drill with intense political indoctrination. Recruits were expected to internalize the ideas of National Socialism, to see themselves not merely as soldiers of Germany, but as warriors in a larger struggle for race and ideology. They were constantly reminded that their loyalty was to Hitler personally, and that their mission extended beyond national defense to the creation of a new racial order in Europe. Daily life in SS training schools was designed to reflect these values. Recruits rose early for physical exercise, drilled endlessly in weapons handling and tactics, and spent long hours listening to lectures on Nazi ideology. They were told of the supposed superiority of the Aryan race, warned against the dangers of Jews, Slavs, and other groups deemed enemies, and taught to see the coming war as a racial conflict as much as a military one. The blending of physical and ideological training was intended to produce men who were not only capable fighters, but also deeply committed to the Nazi worldview. The strict standards for recruitment reinforced this sense of exclusivity. Only men who met racial, physical, and ideological requirements were admitted. They had to provide genealogical proof of Aryan ancestry, often back to the year 1800, and their personal lives were scrutinized for signs of weakness or political unreliability. Even marriage required official approval to ensure racial purity. Such measures may seem obsessive, but they were part of Himmler's vision of the SS as a future elite ruling class for Germany and, eventually, for a wider Nazi empire. This exclusivity made SS members feel chosen, part of a select brotherhood set apart from ordinary Germans and ordinary soldiers. Ceremonies and rituals reinforced this identity. Oaths were sworn not to the German state, but directly to Adolf Hitler, a symbolic act that severed the SS from traditional institutions and bound it to the person of the Führer. Uniforms and insignia emphasized this separation, with the black SS uniform becoming one of the most recognizable and intimidating symbols of the regime. These visual and ceremonial markers instilled pride and a sense of belonging, while also serving as constant reminders of the ideological mission that defined their existence. While ideology dominated their training and culture, the SS also pursued military development during these years. The Verfügungstruppe grew into a small but disciplined force, organized into regiments that could operate in the field. The Leibstandard, under Sepp Dietrich, became a showcase formation, frequently displayed at parades and events to demonstrate the strength and loyalty of the SS. These units trained alongside the army, learning modern tactics and handling advanced equipment, but they remained politically distinct. Their officers were chosen not only for military competence, but for political reliability, a principle that often led to tension with the professional officer corps of the Wehrmacht. The growing rivalry between the SS and the army defined much of this period. The Wehrmacht saw the SS as interlopers, political soldiers with insufficient training and little respect for tradition. Many generals believed the SS had no place in serious military operations. Himmler and his commanders, however, were determined to prove otherwise. Every exercise, every maneuver, and every display of discipline was used to demonstrate that the SS could match the army in professionalism while surpassing it in loyalty and ideological commitment. This competition drove the SS to refine its training and to prepare for the day when it would be tested in real combat. Events in the later 1930s gave the SS opportunities to showcase itself. During the remilitarization of the Rhineland in 1936, SS units were present, projecting an image of strength and determination. When Germany annexed Austria in 1938, the Leibstandard marched proudly through the streets of Vienna, symbolizing Nazi power. The occupation of the Sudetenland and later the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia in 1938 and 1939 provided further occasions for SS participation. These were not major battles, but they allowed the SS to present itself as a reliable arm of the regime, always at the forefront of Hitler's ambitions. The propaganda machine amplified these appearances, portraying SS men as the embodiment of discipline, loyalty, and Aryan ideals. Posters, films, and newspapers celebrated their image, shaping public perception of the SS as an elite force. For young men eager for adventure and eager to serve, the Waffen-SS offered both a sense of belonging and the promise of distinction. By 1939, recruitment was attracting increasing numbers, and the Waffen-SS stood ready to prove itself in war as Germany prepared to invade Poland. The Waffen-SS was still small compared to the vast Wehrmacht. Its formations numbered in the tens of thousands, while the army mobilized millions. Yet the SS was no longer a mere shadow force. It had its own regiments, its own training system, and its own identity. It had been tested in parades and occupations, though not yet in the crucible of full-scale battle. Its men entered the war with zeal, convinced of their superiority by years of indoctrination and eager to prove themselves against the skepticism of the professional army. The early years of the SS, from 1933 to 1939, shaped everything that would follow. The emphasis on ideology, the strict selection process, the cultivation of a unique identity, and the rivalry with the army all laid the groundwork for the expansion and actions of the Waffen-SS during the Second World War. By the end of this period, the Waffen-SS was ready to march into Poland, where it would experience its baptism of fire. What began as a bodyguard unit had now become a political army in the making, prepared to fight not just for territory, but for the racial and ideological mission that defined its very existence. Chapter 3: The Waffen-SS in the Invasion of Poland, 1939. When the German Reich turned its attention eastward in September 1939, the Waffen-SS was still a young institution, barely tested in combat, yet eager to prove itself to both Hitler and the skeptical generals of the Wehrmacht. The invasion of Poland, which marked the beginning of the Second World War in Europe, would provide this new force with its first real experience of battle. It was in Poland that the Waffen-SS first demonstrated the qualities that would make it both notorious and feared: its fierce zeal, its determination to prove its worth, its frequent recklessness, and its willingness to fuse ideology with military action. The story of the Waffen-SS in Poland is not only about battles and maneuvers, but also about the way in which politics and ideology shaped the actions of soldiers in the field. The background to the campaign is essential to understanding the role of the Waffen-SS. By the summer of 1939, Hitler had already taken a series of bold steps that defied the Treaty of Versailles and expanded German territory. The remilitarization of the Rhineland, the annexation of Austria, and the dismantling of Czechoslovakia had all been achieved without triggering a general European war. These victories emboldened him and strengthened the aura of Nazi power. Yet Hitler's ambitions extended far beyond these early gains. From the beginning, he had envisioned an expansion to the east, a conquest of living space, Lebensraum, that would secure land and resources for the German people while subjecting or eliminating those he deemed inferior. Poland was to be the first great step in this project. The German army, the Wehrmacht, prepared to lead the campaign, but the Waffen-SS was determined to participate. Himmler and his commanders saw the invasion as a chance to prove their force's value on the battlefield and to silence critics who still viewed the SS as little more than a political police. At the outbreak of war, the Waffen-SS numbered only about 18,000 men organized into 4 combat formations: the Leibstandard SS Adolf Hitler, the SS Verfügungstruppe, the SS Totenkopfverband, and a smaller unit of police troops. Each of these formations had its own character, but all were united by their oath of loyalty to Hitler and their shared ideological mission. The Leibstandard, commanded by Sepp Dietrich, was the most prestigious of the units. Originally Hitler's personal bodyguard, it had grown into a regiment-sized force trained for combat. The Verfügungstruppe, under Paul Hauser, had been conceived as a standing military force for the SS, trained in modern tactics and intended to form the core of a future SS army. The Totenkopf units, drawn from concentration camp guards, were less professional in military terms but hardened by their brutal work in the camps. They carried into the field a mentality shaped by terror and dehumanization. Together, these units represented the different strands of the SS identity: loyalty, ideology, and brutality fused with an ambition to be recognized as soldiers equal to the Wehrmacht. The invasion began on September 1st, 1939, with a carefully orchestrated propaganda operation. Germany staged border incidents, the most famous of which was the Gleiwitz incident, in which SS men dressed in Polish uniforms attacked a German radio station to provide Hitler with a pretext for war. Early in the morning, German forces crossed the border, launching a blitzkrieg, a lightning war that combined fast-moving armored divisions, motorized infantry, and overwhelming air power. Poland, though brave in defense, was unprepared for such a modern, mechanized assault. The Waffen-SS formations joined the invasion alongside the Wehrmacht, often attached to army corps but maintaining their own identity. The Leibstandard advanced into southern Poland as part of the 14th Army, while the Verfügungstruppe fought in the north. The Totenkopf units, meanwhile, were used for rear area security and policing operations, which quickly descended into acts of terror against civilians and captured soldiers. From the outset, the Waffen-SS operated differently from the army. Where the Wehrmacht generally adhered, at least in principle, to the laws of war, the SS blurred the line between combat and ideological mission. Civilians suspected of resistance, Jews, and Polish elites were targeted in a campaign of intimidation and mass murder that foreshadowed the greater crimes to come. On the battlefield, the Waffen-SS displayed both zeal and inexperience. The Leibstandard fought with determination but often suffered higher casualties than the Wehrmacht units it accompanied, due to reckless tactics and a desire to prove its courage. In several engagements, SS units launched frontal assaults where more cautious maneuvers would have sufficed. Wehrmacht officers, while sometimes impressed by their fighting spirit, criticized the SS for wasting lives unnecessarily. Yet for the SS men themselves, these losses were worn as a badge of honor, proof that they were willing to sacrifice for Hitler and the cause. The campaign in Poland was swift. Within weeks, Polish resistance collapsed under the weight of German superiority and the intervention of the Soviet Union, which invaded from the east on September 17th, in accordance with the secret protocol of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. By early October, Poland was defeated, its territory divided between Germany and the Soviet Union. For the Wehrmacht, it was a stunning military success, a vindication of blitzkrieg tactics. For the Waffen-SS, it was the baptism of fire they had long awaited. Yet the legacy of the SS in Poland was not one of military glory alone. It was also one of brutality. The Totenkopf units, in particular, engaged in massacres of civilians, executions of prisoners of war, and acts of terror against the Polish population. The Leibstandard, too, was implicated in atrocities such as the murder of civilians in the town of Bologna and elsewhere. These actions were not random excesses, but were encouraged by the ideological training that portrayed Poles as racially inferior and Jews as enemies to be eliminated. In Poland, the Waffen-SS revealed its true nature as both a fighting force and an instrument of racial policy. The experience of Poland left a deep mark on the SS. Militarily, they had shown themselves willing fighters, though inexperienced. Ideologically, they had demonstrated that they would carry their political mission into the field without hesitation. The campaign validated Himmler's vision of the SS as a political army, distinct from the Wehrmacht, and it encouraged further expansion. In the months that followed, new divisions were planned, recruitment increased, and the foundations of what would become a vast Waffen-SS were laid. For the men who fought in Poland, the campaign was remembered as their initiation. Veterans spoke of it as a test of loyalty and courage, a moment when the Waffen-SS proved itself in blood. For the victims, it was a tragedy, the beginning of years of occupation, terror, and extermination. For history, it was the moment when the Waffen-SS stepped onto the stage of global conflict. carrying with it the blend of soldierly ambition and ideological fanaticism that would define its role in the war to come. As the campaign unfolded through September 1939, the Waffen-SS formations sought not only to fight, but to establish a reputation. Their commanders understood that they were being watched closely by both Hitler and the skeptical generals of the Wehrmacht. The army's leadership had long regarded the SS with suspicion, viewing them as political soldiers with insufficient training and experience. For Himmler, the Polish campaign was therefore not just a military operation, but a crucial demonstration that his men could stand alongside professional soldiers. The reality on the ground was more complex. The Waffen-SS formations did indeed fight with determination, often showing bravery under fire. Yet their performance was uneven. The Leibstandard, advancing with the 14th Army, became involved in several sharp skirmishes where they suffered disproportionately high losses compared to nearby Wehrmacht units. Historians later noted that these casualties were not merely the result of poor fortune, but of tactical shortcomings. The Leibstandard tended to attack with great aggression, sometimes launching frontal assaults against fortified positions that a more experienced commander might have outflanked or bypassed. This tendency reflected both a lack of military experience and a desire to prove themselves beyond doubt. The Waffen-SS men wore their losses as proof of their devotion. The cult of sacrifice, deeply ingrained in their training, made them see casualties not as a sign of failure, but as a badge of honor. Sepp Dietrich, their commander, encouraged this mentality, praising his men for their courage and reminding them that their ultimate duty was loyalty to Hitler. Within the Leibstandard, stories of fallen comrades quickly became part of the unit's mythology, reinforcing the belief that they were an elite formation set apart from the ordinary soldier. Relations with the Wehrmacht were often strained. Army officers resented the presence of the Waffen-SS, whom they saw as political interlopers. At times, the rivalry was openly hostile. After one costly engagement, a Wehrmacht general reportedly complained that the SS had wasted lives in reckless attacks. Himmler, however, took a different view. For him, the sacrifices of the SS proved their superiority. He argued that unlike the Wehrmacht, which valued caution and efficiency, the SS embodied ideological fervor and absolute loyalty. This difference in outlook foreshadowed the growing rivalry between the two institutions as the war progressed. The campaign in Poland also revealed another aspect of the Waffen-SS identity, its role as an instrument of terror. Beyond the battlefield, SS units engaged in actions that went far beyond normal military operations. The Totenkopfverband, drawn largely from concentration camp guards, were especially notorious. Tasked with security and policing duties in the rear areas, they quickly turned to violence against civilians. Villages suspected of harboring resistance were burned, and inhabitants were shot without trial. Jews, Polish intellectuals, and members of the clergy were targeted in mass executions. These actions were not accidents of war, but part of a deliberate policy. The invasion of Poland was accompanied by an ideological campaign to destroy the leadership and culture of the Polish nation, and the SS was at the forefront of this effort. The Leibstandard, though primarily a combat unit, was also implicated in atrocities. In the town of Blony and other villages, SS troops executed civilians in reprisal for supposed resistance. Prisoners of war, in particular, were treated with brutality. In several instances, Polish soldiers who had surrendered were shot rather than taken into captivity. Such actions were justified within the SS by a belief that Poles were racially inferior and that mercy was a weakness. For the men carrying out these orders, violence against civilians was framed as part of their mission to secure the new German order in the East. The invasion of Poland also provided the Waffen-SS with an opportunity to expand its influence. In the occupied territories, SS officials began organizing the structures of control that would later form the backbone of German rule. The campaign thus became a laboratory for policies that would reach their most destructive form in the years that followed: forced resettlement, terror against civilians, and the beginnings of the Holocaust. The line between military operations and racial policy was blurred from the very beginning, and the Waffen-SS was both a fighting force and an enforcer of ideology. From a military standpoint, the campaign was over quickly. By early October, the last organized Polish resistance had collapsed. The Wehrmacht could claim a stunning success, having achieved victory in just 5 weeks. The Waffen-SS shared in this triumph, though their contribution was small compared to the vast scale of the Wehrmacht's operations. Yet in their own minds, and in the propaganda that followed, the SS units had proven themselves. Photographs and newsreels portrayed them as an elite vanguard, loyal to Hitler and unafraid of sacrifice. Within Germany, the image of the Waffen-SS was polished and celebrated, masking the brutality of their actions behind a narrative of courage and loyalty. For the men of the Waffen-SS, the Polish campaign became a formative memory. Veterans recalled it as their baptism of fire, the moment they stepped from training into real combat. Stories of fallen comrades were retold endlessly, and anniversaries of the campaign were marked with solemn ceremonies. The sacrifices made in Poland were woven into the mythology of the Waffen-SS, giving it a sense of legitimacy as a true fighting force. But history remembers it differently. The campaign was not only the beginning of the Second World War, but also the beginning of a pattern of atrocities that would define the Waffen-SS. In Poland, the ideological indoctrination of the SS translated into action. Civilians were murdered, prisoners were executed, and entire communities were terrorized. What began in September 1939 as a war of conquest quickly revealed itself to be a war of annihilation, and the Waffen-SS was at the heart of it. The lessons of Poland shaped the future of the Waffen-SS. Militarily, they recognized the need for better training, improved tactics, and closer integration with the Wehrmacht. The high casualties suffered by units like the Leibstandard convinced Himmler and his commanders that professionalism was as necessary as ideological zeal. In the following months, training standards were improved, and efforts were made to recruit men with prior military experience. The goal was to transform the Waffen-SS into a force that could match the Wehrmacht not only in loyalty, but also in skill. Ideologically, however, the campaign confirmed the SS role as a political army. Himmler was proud of the brutality shown by his men, seeing it as proof that they had the strength to carry out the harsh tasks required for the conquest of the East. The atrocities committed in Poland were not punished, but celebrated within the SS as examples of loyalty to the racial mission of National Socialism. This reinforced a culture in which violence against civilians was normalized and even valorized. As Europe moved inexorably toward wider war, the Waffen-SS prepared for greater challenges. The campaign in Poland was over, but for the SS, it was only the beginning. In the months that followed, they would expand, reorganize, and train for the next campaigns in the West, in the Balkans, and eventually in the vast fields of the Soviet Union. Yet the memory of Poland lingered. For the soldiers of the SS, it was the first test of their courage. For the people of Poland, it was the opening chapter of years of suffering. For history, it was the moment when the Waffen-SS revealed its dual identity, a fighting force and an instrument of terror, inseparably bound together. Chapter 4. The Western Campaign, 1940. The spring of 1940 marked a turning point for Europe And for the Waffen-SS, it was an opportunity to prove that the sacrifices of Poland had not been in vain. After the swift destruction of the Polish state, Germany turned its gaze westward. The coming campaign against France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg would be more than another military operation. For the Waffen-SS, it was a chance to shake off lingering doubts about their abilities, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Wehrmacht in a campaign that many in Germany remembered as unfinished business from the First World War. The months between October 1939 and May 1940 were filled with anticipation. In Germany, the period became known as the Sitzkrieg, or Phony War, as the armies of the Third Reich and the Western Allies faced one another across the fortified lines of the West Wall and the Maginot Line. To the men of the Waffen-SS, it was a time of waiting, drilling, and building their identity as soldiers of a new order. The winter was cold, and conditions in barracks and field camps were often Spartan, but the sense of being part of something historic was palpable. These months allowed the SS units to absorb lessons from Poland, refine their training, and prepare for what everyone knew would be a much greater test. At the center of this preparation stood the Leibstandard Adolf Hitler, commanded by Sepp Dietrich. Once Hitler's personal bodyguard regiment, the Leibstandard was rapidly expanding into a motorized infantry formation. Dietrich, a man who combined personal loyalty to Hitler with a rough charisma, worked tirelessly to harden his men. He drilled them relentlessly, but he also cultivated the sense that they were Hitler's chosen few. His presence among them was paternal, and many who served under him described him less as a distant commander and more as a leader who shared their hardships, their jokes, and their struggles. This bond would carry the Leibstandard through the coming campaign. Alongside the Leibstandard were the Totenkopf Division, commanded by Theodor Eicke, and the newly formed SS Verfügungsdivision under Paul Hauser. The Totenkopf was notorious even before the campaign began. Composed largely of men drawn from concentration camp guard units, it carried with it a reputation for brutality. Eicke had forged the division in his own image, harsh, uncompromising, and fanatically loyal to National Socialism. The Verfügungsdivision, by contrast, reflected Hauser's military background. A career officer who had left the Reichswehr, Hauser worked to mold his unit into a more professional fighting force, emphasizing discipline and tactical flexibility. Thus, by the spring of 1940, the Waffen-SS fielded 3 divisions with distinct identities: the Leibstandard with its aura of personal loyalty to Hitler, the Totenkopf with its ideological ferocity, and the Verfügungsdivision with its aspirations to military professionalism. The campaign they were preparing for was ambitious in scope. Hitler and his generals sought to avoid the stalemate of 1914 by adopting a daring plan: the invasion of France and the Low Countries through a surprise thrust across the Ardennes. The French believed the Ardennes to be impassable to armored formations, but the German High Command, influenced by the innovative thinking of officers like Erich von Manstein, saw it as the key to breaking French defenses. While the main German forces would sweep through Belgium and the Netherlands to draw Allied armies north, the decisive blow would fall farther south, where panzer divisions would cross the Ardennes, force the Meuse River, and drive deep into France. For the Waffen-SS, this plan meant that they would be attached to some of the most mobile and ambitious operations of the campaign. The Leibstandard was attached to Guderian's 19 Panzer Corps, placing them at the spearhead of the Ardennes advance. The Totenkopf and the Verfügungsdivision would also see action alongside panzer units, ensuring that the Waffen-SS would play a visible role in the most dramatic maneuvers of the campaign. The invasion began on May 10, 1940, with German forces storming into Belgium, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands. For the men of the Waffen-SS, The opening days were a whirlwind of movement, smoke, and fire. The Leibstandard advanced through Luxembourg with speed, seizing crossings and clearing obstacles to make way for the panzers. The soldiers, many of whom had been barely more than parade ground troops only a year earlier, now found themselves in the chaos of a modern mechanized offensive. Trucks, motorcycles, and armored vehicles roared through narrow mountain roads, while engineers struggled to keep supply lines open. At night, soldiers huddled under the stars, exhausted but exhilarated, aware that they were part of something far larger than themselves. The crossing of the Ardennes proved to be one of the defining moments of the campaign. The dense forests and narrow roads created bottlenecks where columns of vehicles stretched for miles. Yet discipline held, and the Waffen-SS units pressed forward with determination. When they reached the Meuse River, the decisive challenge of the campaign awaited. French forces held strong defensive positions along the riverbanks, and it fell to the panzers, supported by infantry including the Leibstandard, to force a crossing. The attack began with a massive air bombardment, the roar of Stuka dive bombers echoing through the valley. Under cover of this assault, German engineers ferried assault teams across the river in rubber boats. Among them were Waffen-SS troops, paddling through the smoke and spray, clutching their rifles as bullets whipped overhead. On the far bank, they scrambled up slopes, hurling grenades into bunkers and driving French defenders from their positions. It was brutal, close-quarter fighting, and the casualties were high, but the sheer momentum of the German assault eventually broke the French line. Once the Meuse had been crossed, the campaign moved with breathtaking speed. German armored divisions surged westward, cutting through French territory and threatening to encircle the Allied armies that had rushed into Belgium. The Waffen-SS units rode in their wake, often called upon to consolidate gains, secure flanks, and engage in fierce firefights with pockets of resistance. The Leibstandard, in particular, earned a reputation for aggressiveness, sometimes pushing ahead even when orders cautioned restraint. For Sepp Dietrich's men, hesitation was unthinkable. They believed that their role was to press forward, to show that the SS never faltered. The speed of the advance created both opportunities and dangers. In towns and villages, Waffen-SS troops encountered civilians who were stunned by the rapid collapse of their defenses. Some greeted them with fear, others with hostility, and occasionally with attempts at resistance. These moments often ended in violence. In several cases, Waffen-SS units executed captured soldiers and civilians, acts that were justified at the time as reprisals, but which historians have recognized as war crimes. The pattern established in Poland continued. The Waffen-SS fought as soldiers, but acted also as agents of terror. By late May, the German advance had reached the English Channel, cutting off the British Expeditionary Force and large portions of the French army. The encirclement created the conditions for the dramatic evacuation at Dunkirk. For the Waffen-SS, Dunkirk was both a triumph and a frustration. Their rapid advance had helped encircle the Allies, but Hitler's controversial decision to halt the Panzer advance allowed much of the British army to escape across the Channel. Many SS veterans later recalled this moment with bitterness, believing that victory had been snatched from them at the last moment. Still, in German propaganda, the encirclement of Dunkirk was portrayed as a great success, and the Waffen-SS shared in the glory that a June began. The campaign shifted toward the conquest of France itself. The French army, demoralized and disorganized, struggled to mount an effective defense against the relentless German advance. Waffen-SS units played an active role in these operations, storming villages, securing bridges, and engaging in fierce skirmishes with French rearguards. The Totenkopf division, in particular, gained notoriety during this period for its brutality. At the town of Luperdi, members of the division captured a group of surrendered British soldiers and executed them with machine guns, killing nearly 100 men. This atrocity shocked even some within the Wehrmacht, but it was defended within the SS as a demonstration of ruthless determination. The fall of Paris in mid-June sealed the fate of France. For the Waffen-SS, the sight of German troops marching under the Arc de Triomphe was a validation of their sacrifices. They had begun the campaign as an unproven force, regarded with suspicion by the professional army, but they emerged with a reputation for ferocity and effectiveness. In the eyes of their leaders, and in the propaganda broadcast to the German public, the Waffen-SS had come of age in the campaign of 1940, yet beneath the surface, tensions remained. The Wehrmacht continued to view the SS with distrust, criticizing their recklessness and their tendency to suffer high casualties. The atrocities committed by units like the Totenkopf further fueled resentment, as they risked tarnishing the image of the German army as a whole. For Himmler and the SS leadership, however, the campaign was a vindication. The Waffen-SS had fought alongside the Wehrmacht in one of the greatest victories of modern warfare, and they had demonstrated the ideological zeal that set them apart. The Western campaign thus marked a crucial stage in the evolution of the Waffen-SS. They had shown that they could fight, that they could endure hardship, and that they could claim a place on the front lines of history's greatest war. But they had also shown that they carried with them a darker mission, to bring terror as well as battle, ideology as well as tactics, into every campaign they entered. When France fell in June 1940, it stunned the world. A nation that had been considered the strongest land power in Europe outside of Germany, and that had stood firm against the Kaiser's armies a generation earlier, had collapsed in just 6 weeks. For the men of the Waffen-SS, the campaign had been both an ordeal and a vindication. Yet the story of their experience in the West did not end with the armistice signed in the forest of Compiègne. What followed in the aftermath was just as formative. The consolidation of their reputation, the lessons drawn from the campaign, and the way those lessons prepared them for even greater struggles ahead. The weeks after Paris fell were filled with surreal contrasts. German troops marched through the French capital in columns that seemed endless, their boots echoing on the cobblestones, while Parisians watched in silence, a mixture of fear, anger, and resignation on their faces. Among them were soldiers of the Leibstandard, their black uniforms standing out against the gray-green of the Wehrmacht. For them, to march through Paris was a symbol of triumph and prestige. They had fought, they had bled, and now they stood in the heart of a conquered nation. In their minds, the skepticism of the professional army had been silenced once and for all, yet the Waffen-SS were not treated as equals in every sense. The Wehrmacht still considered them outsiders, and in some cases even troublemakers. Reports from army officers complained that the SS divisions had taken reckless risks in combat, incurring casualties that might have been avoided with greater discipline. The Leibstandard, for example, had often surged ahead of orders, eager to prove itself, and while this aggressiveness earned headlines in German newspapers, it also raised questions about whether the SS could ever be fully integrated into the professional military hierarchy. For Himmler, however, such criticism mattered little. He saw in the campaign proof of his vision, the Waffen-SS as a fighting elite, distinguished not just by training, but by ideology. In speeches to his men after the campaign, he praised their courage and their sacrifices, but he also reminded them of their higher mission. They were not merely soldiers. They were the guardians of the National Socialist worldview, chosen to carry out tasks that went beyond the battlefield. In his mind, the Waffen-SS had emerged from the Western campaign not only as warriors, but as symbols of the racial and political order he sought to impose on Europe, the divisions themselves emerged with distinct reputations. The Leibstandard, under Sepp Dietrich, was celebrated as a unit of daring and loyalty. They had marched the furthest, pushed the hardest, and remained closest to Hitler's vision of the SS as his personal guard. The Totenkopf division, by contrast, had acquired a darker reputation. The massacre at Luperdi in May 1940 was already becoming known, whispered about even within German military circles. Though SS propaganda tried to obscure the details, the story of British prisoners machine-gunned after surrender could not be entirely hidden. To some, it was a symbol of ruthless efficiency. To others, it was proof that the SS brought shame upon Germany's arms. The SS Verfügungsdivision, under Paul Hauser, stood somewhere between the two extremes. It had fought with determination and skill, and its conduct earned it cautious respect from parts of the Wehrmacht, though it too had instances of harsh treatment of civilians and prisoners. The Waffen-SS also learned practical lessons from the campaign. Mechanization had proven decisive. The ability to move rapidly alongside armored units was what had given the German army its edge, and for the SS divisions, which had often relied on motorized transport, this was both a strength and a challenge. The Leibstandard, in particular, had shown flexibility in keeping pace with panzer columns, but the Totenkopf, less well-equipped, had struggled at times to maintain the same mobility. After the campaign, Himmler pressed for greater mechanization and heavier equipment for his divisions, insisting that they be given the same priority as army units. The campaign also revealed weaknesses. SS casualties had been high compared to many Wehrmacht formations, a consequence of both their aggressive tactics and their relative inexperience. In some battles, the SS had suffered losses of up to 25% of their strength, and replacing those men would prove difficult. Training had to be accelerated, recruitment expanded, and ideology instilled more firmly than ever to prevent morale from faltering. Himmler took this challenge personally, using the victory in France to inspire new volunteers, both from within Germany and from ethnic German communities beyond its borders. One of the most significant consequences of the Western campaign for the Waffen-SS was the expansion of their political role. As Germany occupied vast swaths of Western Europe, the SS began to establish itself not only as a fighting force, but also as an instrument of occupation. The Totenkopf's background in concentration camp service meant that many of its personnel were drawn into the machinery of repression in occupied France, Belgium, and the Netherlands. They became involved in policing, in rooting out resistance, and in enforcing Nazi racial policies. Thus, even as Waffen-SS divisions prepared for their next campaigns, their shadow extended across occupied Europe in forms both military and political. For the soldiers themselves, the aftermath of victory was a strange mixture of elation and exhaustion. Letters sent home from France reveal young men filled with pride, boasting of their triumphs, but also hinting at the trauma of what they had endured. Many had lost close comrades. Many had seen death at close range for the first time. And many struggled to reconcile the official propaganda image of clean, decisive victories with the grim reality of massacres, burned villages, and columns of refugees fleeing through the countryside. The memory of Dunkirk also lingered. For the SS divisions that had participated in the encirclement of the British Expeditionary Force, there was bitterness that the enemy had been allowed to escape. Sepp Dietrich himself later expressed frustration at the halt order that prevented his men from storming Dunkirk's defenses. To him, and to many of his soldiers, this felt like a missed opportunity to deliver a knockout blow. Instead, tens of thousands of British troops returned home, soldiers who would one day return to the continent under very different circumstances. In Berlin, The victory was celebrated with pomp and ceremony. Parades marched through the streets, with Waffen-SS contingents proudly on display. Hitler himself congratulated the divisions, praising their contribution to what he described as one of the most brilliant campaigns in history. Propaganda posters and newsreels featured the SS prominently, portraying them as the embodiment of youthful vigor and ideological commitment. For many ordinary Germans, the Waffen-SS began to symbolize the dynamism of the new Germany, in contrast to the traditional and sometimes conservative image of the army. But beneath the surface, there were tensions. The army's leadership remained wary of the SS, fearing that Himmler's ambitions would undermine their own authority. They saw how rapidly the Waffen-SS was growing, how it was being equipped with newer vehicles and weapons, and how its propaganda profile outshone that of many army units. Some generals quietly complained that the SS was being favored politically at their expense. These rivalries would shape the coming years, as the Waffen-SS pushed to expand from a handful of divisions into a massive multinational force. The Western campaign also provided a testing ground for the ideological dimension of the Waffen-SS. Himmler interpreted the victory not only in military terms, but as proof of the superiority of the National Socialist worldview. In his speeches, he insisted that the Waffen-SS had triumphed because they were bound together not just by discipline, but by faith. Faith in Hitler, in the SS, and in the racial destiny of the German people. This narrative would be used to attract volunteers from across Europe, particularly after 1940, when the Waffen-SS began recruiting foreign units. It'd be by the end of the summer of 1940, as Germany turned its attention to the possibility of invading Britain, the Waffen-SS found itself at a crossroads. It had proven its worth in battle, but it had also exposed the risks of reckless aggression and the dangers of ideological fanaticism on the battlefield. Its leaders reveled in the glory of victory, but they also prepared for the next step. Britain had not fallen, the war was not over, and new campaigns loomed on the horizon. For the SS, the Western triumph was a foundation, but also a prelude to far bloodier tests in the East. When veterans of the campaign looked back years later, they often remembered it with a strange mixture of pride and unease. It had been a campaign of lightning speed, of breathtaking advances, of moments when it seemed as though nothing could stop them. But it had also been a campaign of atrocities, of comrades left behind on muddy battlefields, of glimpses of the human cost of the ideology they served. For the Waffen-SS, the Western campaign was not only their proving ground, it was their transformation. From that point on, they were no longer merely Hitler's bodyguard or Eich's camp guards, or Hauser's experiment in professionalism. They were a central instrument of Nazi Germany's war machine, bound by ideology, blood, and the memory of France. As the summer sun set over occupied Paris and German officers toasted their victory, few could have imagined how quickly the tide would turn. Within a year, the Waffen-SS would be hurled into the vastness of the Soviet Union, where the scale of war and the brutality it unleashed would dwarf anything they had experienced in the Ardennes or on the plains of northern France. But the lessons of 1940, the glory, the violence, the tensions, and the sense of destiny, would remain with them. The Western campaign was both an end and a beginning. It closed the chapter of Germany's unfinished business from 1918, and it opened the door to the greatest and most terrible conflict the Waffen-SS would ever fight. Chapter 5, Barbarossa, the Eastern War begins, 1941. The dawn of June 22, 1941 was unlike any other in European history. Across a vast frontier stretching from the Baltic to the Black Sea, the quiet of the early morning was shattered by the roar of artillery, the thunder of tanks, and the screeching dive of aircraft. Operation Barbarossa, the German invasion of the Soviet Union, had begun. For the men of the Waffen-SS, who had tasted victory in Poland, Norway, and France, this new campaign was both a continuation of their ascent and the opening of an entirely different kind of war. In the West, they had fought soldiers who, though determined, played by rules recognizable to a European military tradition. In the East, they entered a world of racial hatred, ideological fanaticism, and merciless destruction, where every restraint was cast aside. Hitler had conceived of Barbarossa not merely as another conquest, but as the central act of his ideological vision. The Soviet Union, in his eyes, represented both the greatest threat and the greatest prize. It was the heartland of Judeo-Bolshevism, the enemy he had railed against since the pages of Mein Kampf. And it was also the fertile, resource-rich land he envisioned as the living space, the Lebensraum, for future generations of Germans. In the Nazi worldview, this was not simply a war against another state. It was a crusade, an existential struggle, a campaign of annihilation. The Waffen-SS were at the center of this crusade. By 1941, they had grown from a handful of divisions to a force of over 100,000 men, organized into formations that carried both military and ideological significance. The Leibstandard Adolf Hitler, under the loyal Sepp Dietrich, was now a full motorized brigade, equipped with armored cars, half-tracks, and artillery. The Totenkopf Division, still under Theodor Eicke, was notorious not only for its ferocity in combat, but for its brutal record of reprisals and massacres in France. The SS Verfügungsdivision, led by Paul Hauser, had matured into a competent and experienced formation, combining ideological training with professional military skill. Together, these divisions formed the spearhead of Himmler's vision, an armed wing of the SS that could rival the Wehrmacht in both battlefield prowess and ideological purity. AS preparations for Barbarossa accelerated in the spring of 1941. The Waffen-SS were brought into the heart of the planning. Army generals still regarded them with suspicion, but their reputation for aggressiveness made them ideal shock troops. They were deployed in key sectors of the front, alongside panzer divisions, where breakthroughs were expected. The Leibstandard was attached to Army Group South, tasked with the advance into Ukraine. The Totenkopf was placed under Army Group North, bound for the Baltic states and Leningrad. The SS Verfügungsdivision was attached to Army Group Center, driving towards Smolensk and ultimately Moscow. In this way, the SS would be present in all three of the main thrusts of the invasion, ensuring that Himmler's men would be central to the story of Barbarossa from the first day. The soldiers themselves sensed the magnitude of what they were about to undertake. Many of them were young, barely in their 20s, hardened by training and indoctrination, but still untested in a campaign of such scale. Letters and diaries reveal a mixture of excitement and dread. They had been told that the Red Army was vast but poorly led, that Soviet soldiers would collapse like the French had, that the campaign would be over in a matter of months, perhaps even weeks. Yet they had also been prepared for something darker. Himmler and SS instructors had drummed into them that this was not an ordinary war. It was a war against subhumans, a war in which mercy was weakness, a war where only the ruthless would survive. When the guns opened fire on the morning of June 22nd, the SS divisions surged forward with the rest of the Wehrmacht. The scale of the attack was breathtaking. 3 million German soldiers, supported by thousands of tanks, aircraft, and artillery pieces, smashing into Soviet territory. The initial results were devastating for the Red Army. Entire Soviet units were encircled and destroyed in the border battles. Luftwaffe squadrons achieved air superiority within days, destroying thousands of Soviet planes on the ground. The Waffen-SS, advancing alongside Panzer spearheads, were at the forefront of this carnage. The Leibstandard, advancing into Ukraine, quickly found itself in the thick of the fighting. Near Brody and Dubno, one of the largest tank battles of the early war erupted as Soviet armored units attempted to counterattack. The Germans were stunned by the sheer number of Soviet tanks, but the Red Army's lack of coordination and training allowed the SS and Panzer units to repel the attacks with heavy losses. For the men of the Leibstandard, it was their first taste of the scale of Soviet resistance, far greater, far more determined, and far more desperate than anything they had encountered in France. The Totenkopf Division, driving through the Baltic states, likewise encountered stiff opposition. Villages burned in the path of the fighting, civilians fled in panic, and the SS left behind a trail of devastation. Here, the ideological component of the war became most visible. Einsatzgruppen, mobile killing units operating behind the front, followed in the wake of the advancing divisions. The Totenkopf, with its roots in the concentration camp system, was particularly entangled with these operations. Its soldiers were not only combatants, but also participants in the brutal repression of Jews, communists, and other groups targeted by the Nazi regime. Mass shootings in Lithuania and Latvia were carried out with the knowledge, and sometimes the assistance, of SS combat units. For the Waffen-SS, the front and the Holocaust were already intertwined. The SS Verfügungsdivision, advancing with Army Group Center, participated in the vast encirclement battles around Minsk and Smolensk. These were triumphs of German military planning, as hundreds of thousands of Soviet soldiers were surrounded and forced to surrender. Columns of prisoners stretched for miles, ragged, hungry, and exhausted. For many SS soldiers, this was an overwhelming sight. Tens of thousands of men captured in a single sweep, more than entire German divisions contained. Yet instead of compassion, the reaction was often contempt. Indoctrinated to see Soviet soldiers as lesser beings, the Waffen-SS treated them with brutality, driving them into makeshift camps where starvation and disease quickly spread. These early prisoner of war enclosures became death traps, foreshadowing the genocidal policies that would escalate as the war dragged on. The speed of the advance in the first weeks was breathtaking. By July, German forces had penetrated deep into Soviet territory, capturing vast swaths of land. Cities like Minsk and Riga had fallen, and the Red Army seemed on the verge of collapse. The Waffen-SS reveled in the victories, but they also paid a price. Casualties mounted as Soviet resistance stiffened and the vast distances of Russia stretched German supply lines thin. The summer heat, the dust of the roads, and the constant marches wore down the men. Letters home began to speak not just of glory, but of exhaustion, of endless days of marching, of comrades killed or wounded. Yet for all the hardships, the men of the Waffen-SS were sustained by a sense of mission. They believed they were fighting for something greater than themselves. Their officers reminded them constantly of their role as guardians of the Reich, as the chosen elite of the German nation. Himmler himself visited the front, delivering speeches that blended mystical references to German destiny with cold reminders of their duty to be ruthless. In his view, the Eastern War was a test of will, a crucible that would forge the Waffen-SS into an order of men hardened beyond all others. The reality on the ground was darker still. As the SS divisions advanced, they became entangled in the wave of atrocities that swept across occupied Soviet territory. Villages suspected of harboring partisans were burned to the ground. Civilians were executed as reprisals for resistance, often indiscriminately. Jewish communities, singled out as enemies of the Reich, were annihilated in mass shootings, often within sight or earshot of SS units. In many cases, Waffen-SS soldiers were direct participants. In others, they provided logistical support or stood guard, while Einsatzgruppen carried out the killings. The boundaries between combat and genocide blurred, and for many SS men, this became the reality of the Eastern Front. By the end of the summer of 1941, the Waffen-SS had established themselves as central players in the invasion. They had fought in the great battles of encirclement, they had marched across hundreds of miles of Soviet territory, and they had committed themselves fully to the ideological war that Hitler demanded. But they also faced challenges unlike any before. The Red Army, though battered, was not defeated. New Soviet divisions appeared seemingly out of nowhere, replenished by the vast manpower reserves of the Soviet Union. The distances were immense, the terrain harsh, and the weather threatening to turn against the invaders. For the Waffen-SS, as for the entire German army, the war in the East was proving to be far more difficult and far more brutal than anyone had anticipated. The rapid advance of the German armies in the summer of 1941 created the illusion of an unstoppable force, but beneath the surface cracks were already appearing. For the Waffen-SS divisions, who had been thrown into the campaign as shock troops, the sheer scale of the Eastern Front quickly became overwhelming. Unlike in France, where the distances were manageable and the infrastructure relatively intact, the Soviet Union stretched endlessly in every direction. Roads turned to dust in the summer sun and would later dissolve into seas of mud with the rains. Railways were built to a different gauge, forcing German engineers to rip up and replace track in order to keep supplies flowing. Fuel, ammunition, and food had to be transported over vast distances, and the further the armies advanced, the more difficult it became to sustain them. The SS divisions, accustomed to being well supplied and at the forefront of offensive operations, found themselves increasingly stretched thin. Vehicles broke down after weeks of constant marching, horses collapsed from exhaustion, and men went hungry as supply convoys failed to keep up. Yet the pressure from above remained relentless. Hitler demanded speed, urging his generals to push ever deeper into Soviet territory, convinced that a final collapse was only weeks away. Himmler, for his part, demanded that the Waffen-SS live up to their reputation as the hardcore of the invasion, both in combat and in ideological resolve. Through July and August, the Waffen-SS played key roles in several major operations. The Totenkopf Division, operating in the north, pushed towards Leningrad, seizing towns and villages along the Baltic coast. The fighting grew more desperate as Soviet forces regrouped and counterattacked. Unlike in the West, where battles often ended in swift surrenders, here the Red Army fought to the death. Entire Soviet units would hold out in forests or villages until they were annihilated, forcing the SS to grind them down at high cost. The Totenkopf, already notorious for its brutality, responded with ferocity, leaving behind a landscape of devastation. Reports from the division's own officers noted the execution of prisoners, the burning of homes, and the shooting of civilians accused of aiding partisans in the center. The SS Verfügungsdivision was drawn into the encirclement of Smolensk, one of the great battles of the summer. Here, the Wehrmacht trapped over 300,000 Soviet troops in a vast pocket. The SS were heavily engaged in the fighting, using their motorized mobility to cut off retreat routes and hold open the ring of encirclement. When the Soviet soldiers finally surrendered, the Waffen-SS were faced with columns of prisoners so vast that they defied comprehension. Tens of thousands shuffled past, gaunt and defeated, guarded by SS men who had been told to show no pity. Many prisoners were executed outright. Others were left to die in makeshift camps with little food or water. For the Waffen-SS, the treatment of Soviet prisoners was not an unfortunate byproduct of war. It was a deliberate policy, rooted in the ideology that had shaped them from the beginning. The Leibstandard, meanwhile, was driving through Ukraine, engaged in some of the largest armored battles of the campaign. Near Uman and later around Kiev, the German armies achieved staggering victories, encircling entire Soviet fronts. The SS took part in sealing off these pockets and reducing them with methodical violence. At Kiev in September, over 600,000 Soviet troops were surrounded and captured in one of the greatest defeats in military history. The Leibstandard, operating alongside panzer divisions, took heavy losses but also basked in the glory of victory. Photographs from the time show smiling SS soldiers posing with wrecked Soviet tanks, confident that they were part of an unstoppable force. Yet behind these images lay the grim reality of countless dead and the growing strain of a war that showed no signs of ending. The atrocities deepened as the summer turned to autumn. In Ukraine, the Leibstandard was entangled in some of the worst massacres of the war. Einsatzgruppen, working hand in hand with local collaborators, carried out mass shootings of Jews, often in ravines or forests on the edges of towns. The infamous massacre at Babi Yar, near Kiev, where over 33,000 Jews were killed in just 2 days, occurred within the operational zone of the German forces, with SS men providing logistical support and sometimes direct participation. While the Waffen-SS later sought to distinguish themselves from the Einsatzgruppen, the reality on the ground was that the lines between combat troops and killing units were blurred. Soldiers rotated between frontline duties and rear area security, and many witnessed, facilitated, or took part in the atrocities that unfolded. By October, the advance reached a critical phase. Operation Typhoon, the drive on Moscow, was launched with immense fanfare. The Waffen-SS divisions were committed to this final push, convinced that the Soviet capital's fall would end the war. The SS Verfügungsdivision, renamed Das Reich, was heavily engaged in the battles around Vyazma and Bryansk, where another 600,000 Soviet troops were encircled. The Totenkopf pressed forward towards the approaches of Leningrad, tightening the noose around the city. The Leibstandard pushed deeper into Ukraine, seizing towns and rail junctions that were critical to the southern front. Everywhere, the Waffen-SS were at the cutting edge, taking part in what seemed to be the final blow against the Soviet Union, but the Soviet Union refused to collapse. Despite staggering losses, the Red Army continued to raise new divisions, drawing on the immense reserves of manpower that Stalin could command. Factories were dismantled and moved east beyond the Urals, continuing to produce weapons and supplies even as the Germans pressed deeper. Morale, though shaken, did not break. Soviet propaganda framed the war as the Great Patriotic War, a struggle for survival against a genocidal invader. Ordinary soldiers and civilians alike came to see the Germans not as liberators, as some had hoped early on, but as conquerors intent on destruction. The brutality of the Waffen-SS and the Einsatzgruppen only confirmed this perception, stiffening Soviet resistance. As October turned to November, the weather changed. The rains came, turning the roads into quagmires. Vehicles bogged down in mud, supply convoys stalled, and the pace of the advance slowed to a crawl. The Waffen-SS, like the rest of the German army, found themselves mired in conditions they were utterly unprepared for. Their vehicles, designed for European roads, struggled in the Russian mud. Horses, already overworked, collapsed in the mire. Soldiers marched for hours, caked in filth, exhausted by the endless effort to push forward. And still the orders came. Advance, advance, advanced. By late November, the cold arrived. Temperatures plummeted far below freezing, and the Germans were caught without adequate winter clothing. Hitler had expected the war to be over before the snows, and no preparations had been made. The Waffen-SS, still dressed in summer uniforms, suffered terribly. Frostbite claimed fingers and toes, weapons jammed in the extreme cold, fuel froze in tanks and vehicles. Men huddled around small fires, desperate for warmth, while Soviet troops, better equipped for winter, launched counterattacks. For the first time, the Germans began to retreat. The climax came in December when the German advance on Moscow finally stalled. Soviet reserves, including fresh Siberian divisions hardened by winter warfare, launched a massive counteroffensive. The Waffen-SS divisions, already depleted by months of fighting, were thrown into desperate defensive battles. At times they fought with determination and skill, holding villages and road junctions against overwhelming odds. At other times, they were forced to retreat in chaos, abandoning equipment and positions as the Red Army surged forward. The dream of a quick victory was shattered. For the men of the Waffen-SS, the winter of 1941–42 was a crucible. They endured starvation, cold, and relentless Soviet pressure. Casualties mounted alarmingly. Some units were reduced to half their original strength. Yet their propaganda presented them as unbreakable, as the iron core of the German front. Newspapers and radio broadcasts extolled their sacrifices, portraying them as the heroes who held the line against the Asiatic hordes. Inside the divisions, this narrative was repeated constantly, a way of sustaining morale in the face of overwhelming hardship. The first campaign in the Soviet Union ended not in victory, but in stalemate. For the Waffen-SS, it had been both a triumph and a catastrophe. They had fought in some of the largest battles in history, advanced farther than any German force had before, and proven their ability to operate alongside the Wehrmacht on a massive scale. They had also committed atrocities on an unprecedented level, binding themselves inseparably to the genocidal policies of the Nazi regime. And they had suffered terribly, discovering that the Eastern Front was a war of attrition, a struggle that would demand everything from them and give nothing back but death and destruction. As 1942 dawned, the Waffen-SS divisions licked their wounds, rebuilt their ranks, and prepared for the campaigns to come. They had entered the Soviet Union as elite soldiers of an ideological crusade. They would remain there, year after year, until the very end of the war, their destiny tied irrevocably to the vast, brutal struggle that was unfolding in the East. Chapter 6: The Cauldron Battles and the Expanding SS. 1942. When the winter of 1941–42 finally loosened its grip on the Eastern Front, the German Army and the Waffen-SS were shadows of their former selves. The drive on Moscow had ended in retreat, leaving tens of thousands of men dead, wounded, or crippled by frostbite. Vehicles lay abandoned in the snow, weapons had been lost in the chaos, and the aura of invincibility that had accompanied the German armies across Europe was cracked, though not yet shattered. For the Waffen-SS, who had endured some of the harshest fighting of the winter, the experience was both a brutal lesson and a grim badge of honor. They had faced the might of the Red Army in the most hostile of conditions and had survived. Yet survival alone was not enough. They needed to rebuild, to prove once more that they were the elite core of Hitler's crusade in the East. Spring came slowly in Russia. The snow melted into seas of mud, turning every road into a river of muck that swallowed carts, trucks, and even tanks. Villages emerged from under the snow as hollow shells, burned and abandoned, the fields around them littered with the debris of battle. Amid this landscape, the Waffen-SS divisions regrouped. Reinforcements arrived from Germany, young recruits drawn from Hitler Youth units, seasoned veterans pulled from training schools, and convalescents returning from hospitals. They came by train and truck, wide-eyed and eager, told they were joining the most elite formation in the Reich. Many arrived to find their divisions reduced to a fraction of their former size, their companies half empty, their equipment worn and scarred from months of war. The process of rebuilding was relentless. Officers drilled their men in weapons handling, field maneuvers, and the harsh discipline that had always been the hallmark of the SS. Propaganda officers flooded the units with speeches, pamphlets, and film reels, reminding them that their struggle was not just military, but ideological. They were told repeatedly that Bolshevism was the mortal enemy of Germany, that the war in the East was a crusade for civilization, and that their sacrifices would be remembered for generations. For many young men, these words became a kind of shield, helping them endure the endless training and the knowledge that soon they would be thrown back into the inferno. By the spring of 1942, 3 core Waffen-SS divisions, Leibstandard, Das Reich, and Totenkopf, had been replenished and reorganized. They were no longer the small, motorized infantry units of the early war. Each had been expanded, reinforced with armor and artillery, and reshaped to function as true mechanized divisions capable of independent operations. Their commanders, men like Sepp Dietrich, Paul Hauser, and Theodor Eicke, demanded nothing less than absolute dedication. Under their watch, the divisions became harder, more professional, and more lethal. The SS High Command boasted that these units represented the future of warfare, an army within an army, politically reliable, ideologically committed, and militarily effective. The campaign of 1942 was designed to regain the momentum lost before Moscow. Hitler, stung by the failure of the previous year, insisted on new offensives that would cripple the Soviet Union once and for all. The grand strategy shifted southward, away from Moscow and towards the rich oil fields of the Caucasus and the great city of Stalingrad on the Volga River. To prepare for this, the German armies launched a series of massive encirclements in the spring and early summer, trapping Soviet forces in what became known as the Cauldron Battles. The Waffen-SS were central to these operations. In May, the Red Army launched an ambitious counteroffensive near Kharkov, hoping to recapture the city and deal the Germans a defeat. Instead, the Germans, using their mobility and superior command structure, encircled the attacking Soviet forces in a vast pocket. The Waffen-SS divisions were thrown into the battle with ferocious determination. Das Reich and Totenkopf took part in cutting off retreat routes, sealing the cauldron shut, and grinding down the trapped enemy. For days, the fighting was relentless. Soviet troops fought desperately to break out, launching repeated assaults against the SS lines. The SS, in turn, fought with the same brutal resolve that had characterized their winter battles. Villages became fortresses, fields were strewn with bodies, and every attempt to escape was met with withering fire. When the Kharkov pocket finally collapsed, over 200,000 Soviet soldiers were dead or captured. The Waffen-SS had played a key role in the victory, and their reputation soared once again. Newspapers across Germany hailed them as the saviors of the Eastern Front, the men who had turned back the red tide. For the soldiers themselves, the triumph was intoxicating. After the misery of winter, they had proven not only that they could hold the line, but that they could strike decisively. Their commanders reminded them that they were the cutting edge of a historic struggle, and many believed it. But victory came with its shadows. The aftermath of Kharkov saw mass executions of prisoners, carried out in cold blood. Civilians suspected of aiding the Red Army were shot, villages were burned, and Jewish communities were annihilated in coordinated actions between the Waffen-SS and the Einsatzgruppen. These atrocities were no longer incidental. They were systematic, part of the rhythm of the war in the East. For many SS men, participation in these actions blurred the line between combat and murder, binding them ever more tightly to the regime's genocidal policies. Through the summer, the Waffen-SS divisions pushed forward as part of the Great Drive into southern Russia. The Leibstandard advanced into the Donbass, seizing industrial towns and smashing Soviet defenses. Das Reich moved alongside the armored spearheads towards the Don River, engaging in countless skirmishes and battles as the Red Army attempted to regroup. Totenkopf, though still recovering from heavy losses, proved once again that it could absorb punishment and deliver it back with equal force. Each division left behind a trail of devastation, destroyed villages, massacred prisoners, and a civilian population caught between starvation and terror at the same time. The Waffen-SS began to expand beyond its original German core. Himmler had long dreamed of creating a multinational force that would embody the Nazi vision of a pan-European crusade against Bolshevism. In 1942, this vision began to take shape. Recruitment campaigns were launched across occupied Europe, targeting volunteers from the Netherlands, Belgium, Norway, Denmark, and even farther afield. Propaganda emphasized the idea of a united Europe standing shoulder to shoulder against the Soviet threat. Posters showed blonde, square-jawed soldiers beneath banners of many nations, promising glory and honor to those who joined. The reality was more complex. Many volunteers were motivated less by ideology than by pragmatism. Some sought adventure, others wages, and still others hoped to shield their families from German occupation policies by demonstrating loyalty. Whatever their reasons, thousands came forward. They were formed into new SS divisions with names like Viking, which combined Scandinavian, Dutch, and Belgian volunteers, and were sent east to fight alongside the German core divisions. Though their training and cohesion often lagged behind that of the original units, their presence expanded the Waffen-SS into a truly international force. For the German SS men, this expansion was both a source of pride and tension. On one hand, it seemed to validate their belief that they were part of a great European mission. On the other, it forced them to fight shoulder to shoulder with men they considered racially or culturally inferior, challenging the rigid hierarchies of Nazi ideology. Commanders struggled to integrate the foreign volunteers, sometimes praising their bravery, other times disparaging their discipline. Yet the momentum of the war demanded manpower, and the Waffen-SS was willing to bend its purity to meet the needs of the front. By late summer 1942, the Waffen-SS divisions had established themselves as indispensable elements of the German war machine. They were heavily engaged in the battles that paved the way for the assault on Stalingrad, fighting in the endless steppes, along the bends of the Don, and in the shattered remains of countless towns. Their reputation as ferocious fighters grew, reinforced by propaganda and by the fear they inspired in both enemy and civilian alike. But beneath the triumph, there was a gathering storm. The battles ahead would stretch them to the breaking point, testing not only their strength, but the very foundations of the Waffen-SS experiment as the summer of 1942 unfolded. The German war machine moved with renewed vigor across the great plains of southern Russia, its sights set upon the twin prizes that Hitler believed would decide the war: the oil fields of the Caucasus and the city of Stalingrad on the banks of the Volga. To feed these ambitions, the Wehrmacht unleashed Operation Blue, a grand offensive that sent armored columns, infantry divisions, and air fleets surging eastward in long, dust-choked convoys. Within this colossal operation, the Waffen-SS found themselves playing an increasingly prominent role, not only as frontline fighters but also as an elite reserve, a force to be committed at the decisive point where the tide of battle demanded the most unyielding willpower. The Leibstandard, Das Reich, and Totenkopf were now reconstituted as full divisions, each with their own tank regiments, artillery, and reconnaissance elements. They had emerged from the rebuilding process in the spring as formidable mechanized formations, far removed from the smaller, infantry-heavy units they had once been. To many of their soldiers, the transformation was a source of pride. They believed they were now the equal of the Wehrmacht's panzer divisions, perhaps even their superior. Their commanders encouraged this view, stressing that the Waffen-SS was the vanguard of the Reich's ideological struggle. Whenever their trucks rolled through occupied towns, whenever their banners were raised, they carried themselves with the aura of being the elite of the elite. In the summer heat, they advanced across landscapes that seemed endless, a rolling sea of wheat fields, dusty roads, and villages reduced to ash. The campaign was marked by vast distances and enormous encirclements. At the start, the German army achieved successes reminiscent of 1941, trapping entire Soviet armies in the bends of the Don River and sweeping aside hastily assembled defenses. The Waffen-SS divisions were often at the center of these maneuvers, their mobility and ferocity making them ideal for sealing pockets and crushing desperate breakouts. Each cauldron battle brought scenes of chaos and destruction, Soviet units, cut off and starving, hurling themselves against the SS lines in last-ditch charges, German artillery pounding escape routes until the earth shook, and columns of prisoners marched westward under the watchful eyes of young SS guards. At Kharkov in May, the SS had already proven their effectiveness in these encirclement operations. Now, at Voronezh, Milarovo, and along the Don, they repeated the pattern, carving paths of destruction through Soviet defenses. The Leibstandard earned particular praise for its aggressive thrusts that helped close gaps between advancing panzer armies, while Das Reich established a reputation for relentless pursuit, driving forward with little pause to allow the Soviets no chance to regroup. Totenkopf, still haunted by its catastrophic losses in the winter, fought with a grim intensity, determined to erase the memory of its near destruction. Yet even as the Germans advanced, the nature of the war in 1942 was changing. The Red Army, though battered, was no longer the brittle force of the previous year. The Soviet leadership had learned from its disasters, reorganizing command structures, improving logistics, and bringing new formations to the field. The soldiers who faced the Waffen-SS in 1942 were often more determined, better armed, and supported by increasingly effective reserves. For the SS men, this meant that each encirclement was more costly, each village harder to seize, each river crossing more perilous. Victories still came, but they were purchased in blood, and the casualties mounted steadily. The brutality of the campaign deepened as the Germans pushed southward. Villages suspected of harboring partisans were burned, and their inhabitants shot or deported. Prisoners of war, particularly political officers and Jews, were executed as a matter of routine. The Waffen-SS, steeped in ideological indoctrination, played a leading role in this terror. Entire Jewish communities in the path of the advance were annihilated in coordinated actions between SS units and the Einsatzgruppen. In many areas, the sight of black SS uniforms or the runes on helmets meant certain death for civilians caught in the maelstrom of occupation. For the men themselves, participation in such actions blurred the boundaries between combat and atrocity. Killing was no longer confined to the battlefield. It became part of the daily rhythm of war. At the same time, the Waffen-SS was growing in size and scope. Himmler's grand vision of a multinational force fighting under the SS banner took on greater reality in 1942. The Division Viking, composed of Dutch, Flemish, Danish, and Norwegian volunteers, was already fighting on the Eastern Front. Its men often praised for their enthusiasm, but criticized for uneven discipline. Other foreign volunteer legions were forming. Walloons from Belgium, Latvians and Estonians from the Baltic states, even units of Ukrainians, Croatians, and Russians who had turned against Stalin's regime. These formations varied in quality, some proving dependable in battle, others collapsing under pressure. But collectively, they represented a significant expansion of the Waffen-SS beyond its German core. For the German SS soldiers, the influx of foreigners was a mixed experience. On one hand, it reinforced the propaganda message that they were the spearhead of a pan-European crusade against Bolshevism. On the other, it challenged their sense of exclusivity. Many regarded the foreign volunteers as second-class soldiers, useful for filling ranks but not truly part of the elite. Commanders often shared this ambivalence, praising bravery when it appeared but lamenting desertions, lack of training, or language barriers that complicated coordination. Nonetheless, the war demanded manpower, and the Waffen-SS was willing to stretch its racial doctrines to gain it. As the summer wore on, the German advance slowed. The distances were vast, supply lines overstretched, and the Red Army increasingly determined. By August, the drive towards Stalingrad had taken shape, drawing in enormous forces on both sides. The Waffen-SS divisions were not at the very tip of the assault into the city itself. That task fell mainly to the Wehrmacht's Sixth Army, but they were heavily engaged in the supporting battles that secured the flanks, cleared surrounding areas, and kept the Soviet reserves at bay. Around the Don River bend, the SS units fought bitterly, seizing crossings and holding ground against fierce counterattacks. Their presence allowed the Wehrmacht to concentrate more heavily on the city itself, though at the cost of exhausting the SS men in relentless fighting. The Caucasus Campaign, meanwhile, saw other German forces push towards the vital oil fields. Though the Waffen-SS played less of a direct role there, they were drawn into battles across southern Russia that fed into the broader campaign. For the SS divisions, the summer and autumn of 1942 were a relentless grind of movement, combat, and attrition. They advanced through endless steppe, seized town after town, fought off counterattacks, and then advanced again. Each victory carried them farther from their supply bases, and each mile won seemed harder than the last. The psychological strain on the soldiers was immense. Heat, dust, exhaustion, and the constant presence of death wore them down. Many men turned increasingly to camaraderie and indoctrination to sustain themselves. They told each other that they were part of history, that their sacrifices were for the survival of Germany and Europe. Others hardened into fatalism, accepting that they might not survive, but determined to take as many enemies with them as possible. Alcohol, brutality, and callousness towards civilians became common coping mechanisms. The longer the war dragged on, the more desensitized they became to suffering. By the close of 1942, the Waffen-SS divisions had earned a reputation as some of the most formidable forces on the Eastern Front. They were battle-hardened, well-equipped, and infused with ideological fervor. Yet beneath the triumphs, cracks were beginning to show. Casualties were severe, requiring constant replacements. Many of the original veterans of 1939 and 1940 were gone, replaced by fresh recruits or foreign volunteers. The divisions still carried the aura of elite formations, but their character was changing, shifting from tightly knit bands of hardened ideologues to larger, more diverse armies that struggled to maintain cohesion. And as the year drew to an end, the German advance reached its high-water mark. In the ruins of Stalingrad, the Sixth Army was encircled by a Soviet counteroffensive, its fate sealed in the freezing winter to come. The Waffen-SS divisions, though not trapped in the city itself, were drawn into the desperate attempts to relieve the encircled army. Their strength would be tested as never before, and their aura of invincibility would face its most severe challenge yet. For now, in the final months of 1942, they stood as symbols of German power, divisions forged in blood, expanded by ideology, and driven forward by a belief that victory was still within reach. But the storm clouds gathering on the horizon would soon transform triumph into catastrophe, reshaping the course of the Waffen-SS and the entire war. Chapter 7: Stalingrad and the Crisis on the Eastern Front, 1942–43. The encirclement of the German Sixth Army at Stalingrad in November 1942 marked not only a turning point in the Second World War, but also the beginning of a crisis that would shake the Waffen-SS to its core. For the first time, the image of the invincible German war machine, forged in the victories of Poland, France, and the opening months of Barbarossa, was shattered by the reality of Soviet resilience, planning, and sacrifice. The catastrophe at Stalingrad became a symbol of both hubris and failure, and the Waffen-SS, though not trapped within the doomed city itself, found its destiny intertwined with the disaster and its aftermath. The summer of 1942 had promised much. Hitler's armies had surged across the steppe, closing in on the Volga and the Caucasus oil fields. Yet by autumn, their strength was stretched dangerously thin, their supply lines overextended, and their flanks guarded by Axis allies, Romanians, Hungarians, and Italians, whose equipment, training, and morale were far inferior to those of the Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS. The Soviets, under Stalin's iron hand and guided by the strategic genius of Zhukov and Vasilevsky, prepared a counterstroke of immense scale. In November, Operation Uranus was unleashed, a massive encirclement offensive that smashed through the Romanian lines north and south of Stalingrad, severed the Sixth Army's connection to the rest of the front, and trapped over 250,000 German and Allied troops in a tightening noose. News of the encirclement spread rapidly across the Eastern Front. For the Waffen-SS divisions stationed to the west of the Volga, the disaster was both a shock and a call to action. Himmler and the SS leadership quickly framed the catastrophe as an opportunity for the SS to prove itself once again as the savior of the Reich. The Leibstandard, Das Reich, and Totenkopf divisions, already blooded in countless battles, were ordered into action to help stabilize the collapsing front and prepare for the relief of Stalingrad. For the men, this meant a relentless cycle of marches, attacks, and defensive actions in freezing conditions, often with inadequate supplies and against a rejuvenated enemy. The Waffen-SS played no direct role in the fighting inside the ruins of Stalingrad, where the Sixth Army battled street by street, cellar by cellar, against Soviet infantry. Instead, their task lay outside the encirclement, where they became central participants in Operation Winter Storm, the desperate attempt to break through to the trapped Sixth Army. In December 1942, under the command of Field Marshal Erich von Manstein, Army Group Dawn launched its relief offensive. The SS divisions, heavily mechanized and battle-hardened, spearheaded many of the assaults. The Leibstandard in particular distinguished itself, driving deep into Soviet lines and briefly opening the possibility that contact with the encircled army might be restored. But the effort was doomed. The Sixth Army, under General Friedrich Paulus, remained trapped by Hitler's refusal to permit a breakout. Hitler ordered Paulus to hold his ground, assuring him that relief would come, while simultaneously forbidding any retreat. As a result, when the SS and Wehrmacht spearheads advanced within mere miles of the Stalingrad pocket, Paulus did not attempt to break out to meet them. The Soviets, recognizing the danger, rushed reinforcements to the threatened sector. Fierce battles erupted in the snowbound steppe, where SS tanks and infantry clashed with Soviet armor and artillery in temperatures that froze fuel lines and numbed fingers on triggers. For the Waffen-SS soldiers, the fighting was a nightmare. They drove forward across snow-swept plains, visibility limited by blizzards, engines failing in the cold, their clothing often inadequate for the deep Russian winter. Soviet artillery rained down with a ferocity that rivaled the heaviest barges of the First World War, and swarms of T-34 tanks surged against their positions. The SS divisions fought with determination, sometimes halting Soviet counterattacks with close-range Panzerfaust or hastily dug defensive lines. Yet for all their valor, the relief offensive faltered. The Soviets simply had too many men, too much equipment, and too firm a grip on the encirclement. By late December, the German thrust had stalled, and the trapped Sixth Army's fate was sealed. Inside Stalingrad, the plight of the encircled troops worsened daily. Cut off from supplies, they starved, froze, and bled in the ruins. Air resupply failed miserably, with only a fraction of the necessary food and ammunition reaching the pocket. Diseases spread, morale collapsed, and soldiers scavenged for horse meat, bread crusts, and anything edible. The Waffen-SS outside the pocket could only watch in grim frustration as their comrades inside slowly wasted away. By February 1943, Paulus surrendered what remained of the Sixth Army. Over 90,000 survivors were taken into Soviet captivity, where the vast majority would perish in camps. The shock reverberated across Germany and through the ranks of the Waffen-SS. The collapse at Stalingrad was not the only crisis. In January 1943, the Soviets launched Operation Little Saturn, a massive offensive that tore into the Italian and Hungarian armies on the Don. Entire Axis armies crumbled, retreating in disarray, and the Southern Front threatened to collapse altogether. In this chaos, the Waffen-SS divisions became fire brigades, rushed from one critical sector to another to plug gaps, hold crossings, and prevent a rout. At Kharkov in February, the SS fought desperate rearguard actions, retreating under constant Soviet pressure, often encircled themselves, but breaking free with bitter determination. The retreat tested the very essence of SS ideology. For years, they had been indoctrinated to believe in their own superiority, their destiny as conquerors, their role as the cutting edge of National Socialism. Now, faced with defeat, they struggled to reconcile belief with reality. Many clung even more fiercely to ideology, convincing themselves that Stalingrad was a temporary setback, a test of will, a crucible that would purify the weak and elevate the strong. Himmler reinforced this message, flooding the divisions with speeches, pamphlets, and reminders of their supposed racial mission. Others, however, grew cynical, hardened not just by battle, but by the realization that even the elite could be ground down by Soviet numbers, steel, and determination. In this crucible of defeat, the Waffen-SS nevertheless proved its tactical value. When Manstein counterattacked in March 1943 to retake Kharkov, the SS divisions played the central role. The Leibstandard, Das Reich, and Totenkopf spearheaded the offensive, recapturing the city in a bloody battle that restored some semblance of German prestige. Their success was trumpeted across Germany as proof that the SS remained unbroken, still capable of offensive brilliance even in the face of disaster. For the men themselves, it was a moment of grim pride. a reminder that they could still seize victory from the jaws of defeat, even if only temporarily. Yet beneath the propaganda, the reality was harsher. The losses suffered in the winter of 1942 to 43 were staggering. Entire companies had been wiped out, battalions reduced to a fraction of their strength. The original veterans of the early campaigns were now a dwindling minority, their places filled by fresh recruits drawn from across Germany and occupied Europe. Training standards declined, ideological indoctrination grew heavier, and the once elite divisions were forced to adapt to being larger, more unwieldy organizations. The psychological toll was equally severe. Survivors of the Stalingrad relief attempts carried with them memories of frozen comrades, endless marches, and the futility of trying to save an army already doomed. Some grew fatalistic, fighting because there was no alternative. Others hardened into brutal killers, channeling their frustration into mercilessness towards prisoners and civilians. The Waffen-SS had always blurred the line between soldier and executioner, but after Stalingrad, the blurring became even more pronounced. Atrocities escalated, not only as a matter of ideology, but also as an outlet for rage, despair, and the dehumanization bred by years of war. As spring approached in 1943, the Eastern Front stabilized, but only barely. Both sides licked their wounds, prepared their forces, and planned the next phase. For the Soviets, the victory at Stalingrad had proven that they could not only resist, but also destroy an entire German army. For the Germans, the Waffen-SS stood as a symbol of resilience, the spearhead of future counterblows, and the embodiment of Hitler's insistence that the war was still winnable. Thus, as the snow melted and the steppe turned to mud, the Waffen-SS divisions prepared for yet another summer campaign, one that would bring them to the fields around Kursk and into one of the greatest armored battles in history. The collapse at Stalingrad had left a scar on the German war effort that no amount of propaganda could completely hide. For the Wehrmacht, it was the loss of an entire field army, and for Hitler, it was the first undeniable blow to his aura of infallibility. Yet for the Waffen-SS, Stalingrad became a paradox, both a catastrophe that showed the vulnerability of even the Reich's finest, and an opportunity for the SS to step forward into an even larger role within the German military hierarchy. In the months following Paulus's surrender, the German leadership scrambled to stabilize the Eastern Front. The Soviet winter offensives had driven deep wedges into Axis lines, threatening to sweep into Ukraine and perhaps even Romania if left unchecked. Whole stretches of the front were manned only by exhausted remnants of retreating divisions or by understrength Allied units that had already suffered crushing defeats. In this chaos, the Waffen-SS was increasingly used as a mobile reserve, rushed into crisis sectors where their fighting ability and fanatic determination were expected to halt Soviet momentum. The battles fought during this period were often fluid, desperate, and brutal. Outside Kharkov in February 1943, the Waffen-SS divisions, Leibstandard, Das Reich, and Totenkopf, found themselves retreating alongside Wehrmacht formations under the pressure of multiple Soviet armies. Snowstorms, collapsing bridges, and constant Soviet armor thrusts turned the retreat into a grueling ordeal. Units became separated, tanks ran out of fuel, and men staggered through snowdrifts with frostbitten hands barely able to grip their rifles. Soviet cavalry and mechanized troops frequently bypassed German defenses, forcing the Waffen-SS to fight in isolation, encircled, and cut off from supply lines. It was in these dire circumstances that the Waffen-SS reputation for tenacity was both solidified and mythologized. In countless small engagements, platoons and companies fought until the last round, buying time for larger formations to withdraw and regroup. Stories circulated of SS Panzer crews keeping their vehicles in action despite frozen engines, of machine gunners fighting to the death to cover retreats, of commanders leading counterattacks personally to stave off annihilation. While many of these tales were exaggerated later for propaganda purposes, the reality was still one of extraordinary hardship and sacrifice. When Manstein launched his counteroffensive in March 1943, the Waffen-SS divisions became the core of his striking force. The operation, brilliantly conceived, aimed not merely to halt the Soviet advance, but to encircle and destroy the spearheads that had overextended themselves in pursuit of retreating Germans. The SS divisions, rebuilt and reinforced after the winter battles, were at the forefront of this ambitious plan. The Leibstandarte struck with speed and precision, cutting into Soviet flanks, while Das Reich and Totenkopf followed, sealing off pockets of Soviet troops. The climax came at Kharkov, a city that had already changed hands multiple times during the war. The battle to retake it in March was savage. The Waffen-SS advanced through blizzards and across icy fields, their panzers battling T-34s in close-range duels among shattered villages. Inside the city itself, the fighting devolved into house-to-house combat, with SS grenadiers clearing buildings room by room, often resorting to grenades and flamethrowers in the dense urban environment. Casualties mounted on both sides, and the civilian population suffered terribly as the city became a battlefield once again. By mid-March, Kharkov was back in German hands. The victory was hailed as a triumph of German arms, a testament to the skill of Manstein's generalship and the ferocity of the Waffen-SS. In Berlin, Goebbels seized upon the success, presenting it as proof that the Reich still possessed the strength to strike back even after the disaster at Stalingrad. For the Waffen-SS, Kharkov became a symbol of their ability to turn the tide, to succeed where others faltered. The propaganda machine glorified their achievements, portraying the SS divisions as elite formations capable of miracles on the battlefield. Yet beneath the surface, the cost was immense. The divisions had suffered heavy losses once again, and the replenishment of their ranks was becoming increasingly difficult. The manpower pool of trained, ideologically reliable German volunteers was dwindling, forcing the SS to recruit more broadly. Himmler pushed for the inclusion of greater numbers of non-German volunteers, particularly from the occupied territories. By 1943, divisions made up of Dutch, Flemish, French, Scandinavian, and even Baltic recruits were being formed. These units varied in quality, but their existence reflected the SS transformation from a small elite to a multinational army bound together by ideology and loyalty to Hitler. The Kharkov counterstroke, impressive though it was, did not alter the strategic situation. The Red Army had absorbed the blow, regrouped, and continued to expand its strength. Soviet industry, relocated beyond the Urals, was now producing tanks, aircraft, and artillery at a pace that Germany could not match. Fresh armies were being raised and trained, while the German divisions, even the Waffen-SS, were being worn down by unending combat. Stalingrad had shown that the war on the Eastern Front could not be won quickly. Kharkov showed only that German forces could still achieve local victories. For the men of the Waffen-SS, life in this period was a mixture of pride and exhaustion. The victories of Kharkov gave them confidence, but the memory of Stalingrad lingered, a reminder that no amount of bravery could overcome the sheer weight of Soviet manpower and material. Letters from home often spoke of bombings, shortages, and an increasingly desperate Germany, while at the front, the soldiers endured long marches, inadequate rations, and the constant strain of combat. Many had lost close comrades in the winter battles, and replacements were strangers who lacked the bond forged in earlier campaigns. The brutality of the fighting intensified. The Waffen-SS had always been deeply involved in atrocities, but by 1943 the frequency and scale of such actions grew. Anti-partisan operations behind the front blurred seamlessly into massacres of civilians. The ideology of annihilation, drummed into the men since training, combined with frustration and hatred to produce ever more ruthless behavior. Prisoners were often executed on the spot, villages burned in reprisal, and entire populations uprooted. The line between the Waffen-SS as soldiers and the SS as instruments of terror was virtually non-existent. Still, among their ranks, a sense of destiny persisted. Himmler ensured that even as they endured endless battles, the men were reminded of their supposed role as the racial vanguard of Europe. They were told that their sacrifices at Kharkov and elsewhere were not merely military actions, but part of a grand mission to preserve the future of the Germanic peoples. This ideological reinforcement, coupled with the camaraderie forged in battle, sustained morale even when conditions were dire. As spring turned to summer in 1943, preparations began for a new offensive, Operation Citadel, aimed at eliminating the Great Soviet salient at Kursk. The Waffen-SS divisions, rebuilt once again and lavishly equipped with new tanks such as the Tiger and Panther, were placed at the center of the plan. The memory of Stalingrad haunted them, but the success at Kharkov gave them hope that another decisive victory might be possible. In the quiet weeks before the storm, the SS soldiers drilled relentlessly, tested their new weapons, and steeled themselves for the battles to come. They knew the coming offensive would be critical, perhaps decisive. For many, the war had become an endless cycle of retreat and counterattack, of sacrifice and loss. Yet as they prepared to march once more, they carried with them the pride of Kharkov, the bitterness of Stalingrad, and the unshakable belief that they still stood at the forefront of Germany's fight for survival. The crisis of 1942–43 had not broken the Waffen-SS. Instead, it had hardened them, expanded their role, and bound their fate even more closely to the war on the Eastern Front. But the storm clouds gathering over Kursk would soon show that even their determination and ferocity might not be enough to alter the course of history. Chapter 8: Kursk and the Turning Tide, 1943. By the summer of 1943, the war on the Eastern Front had reached a decisive moment. The Germans had suffered their great disaster at Stalingrad, and then clawed back a measure of pride with Manstein's counterstroke at Kharkov. The Waffen-SS divisions, battered but rebuilt, had distinguished themselves in those battles and were now regarded as indispensable strike forces within the German order of battle. Yet everyone in Berlin and at the front alike knew that the coming summer would be different. Germany needed a victory, not simply to hold ground, but to restore the initiative. Hitler's answer to this need was Operation Citadel, the assault on the Kursk salient. And at the very heart of this plan were the Waffen-SS panzer divisions, Leibstandard, Das Reich, and Totenkopf. The Kursk salient was a bulge in the Soviet front lines that jutted westward, anchored by the cities of Orel in the north and Belgorod in the south, with Kursk itself in the center. The Soviets had established formidable defenses there, but to Hitler it appeared as both a threat and an opportunity. By cutting off the salient with simultaneous attacks from north and south, the Germans hoped to encircle vast Soviet forces and deliver a crippling blow. The plan was ambitious, and Hitler delayed it repeatedly in order to wait for reinforcements, new tanks, and fresh divisions, particularly the powerful Waffen-SS units. Every delay, however, gave the Red Army more time to fortify the salient until it became the most heavily defended position on Earth, The Waffen-SS soldiers waiting for the attack in June 1943 could sense both the magnitude of what was coming and the danger of it. They had been refitted after Kharkov, receiving the latest equipment including the new Panther tanks and the fearsome Tiger heavy tanks. These machines, bristling with thick armor and powerful guns, were hailed as weapons that would restore German superiority. Yet they were also untested on such a massive scale, prone to mechanical breakdowns, and difficult to maintain. The SS men drilled endlessly with their new equipment, learning to maneuver across open fields, coordinate with infantry, and prepare for the armored duels they knew were inevitable. Life in the assembly areas before the battle was tense, but strangely calm. Soldiers lounged in villages, cleaned their weapons, wrote letters home, and speculated about how long the war might last. The propaganda organs had assured them that this offensive would decide the Eastern Front, that one more great victory would shatter Soviet resistance. Among the younger recruits, especially the foreign volunteers now filling the ranks of the SS, there was optimism and excitement. Among the veterans, however, there was a wariness born of hard experience. They had seen how quickly victory could turn to disaster, and they knew the Soviets were not the same enemy they had faced in 1941. When the offensive began on July 5, 1943, the Waffen-SS divisions in the southern pincer hurled themselves against the Soviet defenses near Belgorod. The battle that followed was unlike anything they had experienced before. Instead of fluid movements and encirclements, they were confronted with belts of fortifications that seemed endless. Minefields stretching for miles, trenches manned by determined infantry, anti-tank guns concealed in cunning positions, and an air force that contested the skies with ferocity. Every advance came at a cost. Every village was defended with stubbornness, and every gain seemed smaller than the effort expended. For the men of the SS, the first days of the battle were a blur of violence and exhaustion. Tanks advanced cautiously, clearing paths through minefields only to be halted by waves of Soviet anti-tank fire. Infantry followed in their wake, clearing trenches and bunkers in brutal close combat. Artillery thundered day and night, shaking the ground and filling the air with choking dust and smoke. Casualties mounted rapidly, and units became disorganized as leaders fell and replacements struggled to take command under fire. Yet still the Waffen-SS pressed forward, their determination unshaken, their sense of mission driving them through obstacles that would have broken lesser formations by July 11th. After days of unrelenting fighting, the SS divisions had pushed to the outskirts of Prokhorovka, a small town that would soon become the scene of one of the largest armored clashes in history. The Soviets had prepared their own counterstroke, massing the 5th Guards Tank Army with hundreds of T-34s and other armored vehicles. On July 12th, as the Germans pressed forward, the Soviets launched their counterattack, and Prokhorovka became a maelstrom of steel and fire. The Waffen-SS panzer crews found themselves in the most intense tank battle they had ever faced. Tigers and Panthers roared into action, their guns knocking out T-34s at long range. But the Soviets closed the distance, swarming around the German tanks in overwhelming numbers. The battlefield was so confined that duels were fought at point-blank range, with tanks colliding, ramming, and firing at one another in chaotic melees. Infantry fought desperately among burning wrecks, while aircraft strafed the fields and artillery rained destruction indiscriminately. For the SS soldiers inside this inferno, it was a test of nerves as much as of skill. Tank crews fired until their barrels glowed, some knocking out a dozen or more enemy vehicles before being overwhelmed. Infantrymen used Panzerfausts and grenades to stop advancing tanks, often at suicidal distances. Entire companies were reduced to handfuls of survivors, and the battlefield was littered with wrecks, corpses, and the twisted remains of machines of war. The outcome at Prokhorovka was ambiguous. The Waffen-SS had held their ground and inflicted terrible losses on the Soviet armor, but they themselves were exhausted, their tanks depleted, their men drained. More importantly, the broader offensive had stalled. In the north, the German Ninth Army had failed to break through, and the Red Army was preparing massive counteroffensives on other fronts. Hitler, alarmed by the Allied landings in Sicily, called off Operation Citadel on July 13th. For the Waffen-SS, the offensive that was supposed to bring victory ended instead in exhaustion and disillusionment. The retreat that followed was gradual but relentless. Soviet offensives pushed the Germans back from Kursk, from Orel, from Belgorod, and soon from Kharkov once again. The Waffen-SS divisions, though battered, became the rear guard, covering withdrawals, launching counterattacks to delay the enemy, and holding lines until ordered to fall back. The victories of the past now seemed distant, replaced by a grim determination to fight on in the face of mounting odds. The failure at Kursk marked the true turning point of the war. For the first time, the Germans had launched a major offensive with their best troops and weapons, only to be decisively checked. The Red Army, far from being destroyed, had emerged stronger, more confident, and more determined. For the Waffen-SS, the battle was both a demonstration of their fighting power and a sobering lesson that even their elite formations could not overcome the strategic balance that now favored the Soviet Union. In the months that followed, the Waffen-SS expanded further, with new divisions being formed even as the veterans of Kursk licked their wounds. Himmler insisted that the setbacks did not diminish their role as the spearhead of the Reich, and propaganda continued to hail them as heroes. Yet in private, many SS men recognized that the war had changed irrevocably. They were no longer fighting for victory but for survival, holding back an enemy that seemed endless, enduring losses that could never be fully replaced. The summer of 1943 had begun with hopes of a decisive triumph. It ended with the realization that Germany's enemies were growing stronger, and that the Waffen-SS, though formidable, could not turn the tide alone. The days of conquest were over. From now on, the path led only backward, into battles of retreat and defense, fought with the same ferocity as ever but shadowed by the knowledge that ultimate victory was slipping beyond reach. The failure of Operation Citadel in July 1943 left the German armies, and particularly the Waffen-SS divisions at the heart of the southern pincer, in a precarious position. What had begun with such high hopes, armored spearheads, new tanks, promises of decisive encirclements, ended instead in exhaustion, attrition, and the sobering reality that the Red Army could no longer be broken by single campaigns. For the Waffen-SS, the aftermath of Kursk was a descent into constant rearguard actions, forced withdrawals, and battles fought not to conquer, but to stave off destruction. The tide of war, once so firmly in Germany's favor, was now irreversibly turning. In the days immediately following the halting of Citadel, Soviet counteroffensives erupted with startling force. Marshal Rokossovsky's armies pressed against the northern shoulder of the Kursk salient, while in the south, Vatutin and Konyev hurled vast forces against the weary German divisions. The Waffen-SS units, Leibstandard, Das Reich, and Totenkopf, found themselves pulled from their offensive positions and ordered to stem the tide. Their tanks, already reduced by breakdowns and losses in the maelstrom at Prokhorovka, were patched and coaxed back into action, but their numbers could not compare to the fresh Soviet reserves flooding the battlefield. The fighting in August 1943 was brutal and unrelenting. Each town became a stronghold. each river crossing a contested prize. The SS divisions, though heavily depleted, resisted with extraordinary tenacity. Veterans described a landscape of burning villages, shattered equipment, and endless columns of refugees clogging the roads behind the front. The Wehrmacht as a whole was falling back, but it was often the Waffen-SS who were ordered to hold on longest, to counterattack where the lines wavered, to buy time for others to retreat in some semblance of order at Belgorod and Kharkov. The SS divisions fought some of their hardest defensive battles yet. In Kharkov, the city that had already changed hands multiple times, they resisted wave after wave of Soviet assaults, clinging to ruined streets and shattered factories. Urban combat tested even these hardened troops, with tanks maneuvering down boulevards strewn with rubble, snipers lurking in upper stories, and flamethrowers clearing cellars and strongpoints. In the end, however, the overwhelming pressure of Soviet forces made the position untenable. On August 23rd, Kharkov was abandoned, and with it ended Germany's last major offensive on the Eastern Front. The retreat into Ukraine was a grinding ordeal. Soviet forces pursued relentlessly, launching armored thrusts that threatened to encircle retreating units. The Waffen-SS divisions, bloodied but still organized, repeatedly turned to face the enemy, striking back with counterattacks that bought precious hours or days. These battles exacted a terrible toll. Companies were reduced to platoons, battalions to mere handfuls of survivors. Yet their cohesion, discipline, and fighting spirit remained intact, and German commanders came to rely on the Waffen-SS as the fire brigade of the Eastern Front. Wherever the danger was greatest, they were sent. As the autumn of 1943 wore on, the strategic situation grew increasingly desperate. The Red Army forced crossings of the Dnieper River, establishing bridgeheads that threatened to unravel the entire German position in Ukraine. Once again, the Waffen-SS were at the forefront of the defense, launching counterattacks into these bridgeheads, often at night, often in appalling conditions of mud and rain. Tanks bogged down in the black Ukrainian earth, horses struggled to pull artillery through endless mire, and soldiers fought in waterlogged trenches where disease spread as readily as bullets. The dream of conquest had been replaced by the grim reality of holding actions fought on hostile ground at the same time. The Waffen-SS was expanding further in scope. Himmler and his lieutenants continued to raise new divisions, drawing upon foreign volunteers and conscripts from across occupied Europe. By late 1943, there were SS units composed of Latvians, Estonians, Hungarians, Croats, and even Bosnians. Many of these formations were poorly trained and equipped compared to the elite German divisions, but they reflected Himmler's vision of the Waffen-SS as a pan-European army, a political as well as military tool. For the frontline veterans, however, these new divisions often seemed little more than cannon fodder, their effectiveness unproven, their loyalty sometimes questionable. For the men of Leibstandard, Das Reich, and Totenkopf, the constant fighting in 1943 forged an iron-hard sense of identity. They prided themselves on surviving where others faltered, on fighting with ferocity no matter the odds. Propaganda lauded them as the elite of the Reich, the shield against Bolshevism. Yet privately, many recognized that their sacrifices were buying only time. Letters and diaries from SS soldiers in this period speak of exhaustion, bitterness, and the creeping awareness that Germany's resources were being stretched beyond repair. The loss of friends, the endless retreats, the destruction of once proud cities, all took their toll on morale, even as discipline remained unbroken. The Waffen-SS also continued to be deeply implicated in the darker side of the war. In Ukraine and Belarus, anti-partisan operations often blurred the line between combat and atrocity. Entire villages suspected of harboring partisans were burned, and civilians suffered alongside combatants. For the Waffen-SS, ideological war and military struggle were inseparable. They fought the Red Army in the field and terrorized the population behind the lines, enforcing a brutal vision of control that left scars long after the battles ended. By the end of 1943, the Eastern Front had been transformed. The Germans had lost the initiative permanently, retreating hundreds of kilometers from the ground they had fought so hard to take in 1941 and 1942. The Soviet Union, with its vast manpower reserves and growing industrial strength, had seized the strategic momentum. For the Waffen-SS, the year had begun with hopes of decisive victory at Kursk. It ended with their role as rearguard and shield. The spearhead turned into a bulwark against an enemy that seemed endless. And yet, paradoxically, the prestige of the Waffen-SS grew within Germany. Their reputation for ferocity, for holding the line when others broke, elevated them in Hitler's eyes. More resources flowed to them. More recruits were channeled into their divisions, and their commanders, Hauser, Dietrich, Steiner, were lionized as models of loyalty and effectiveness. The myth of the Waffen-SS as an elite was burnished even in defeat, setting the stage for their further expansion in 1944, when the war would enter its most desperate phase. For the men who had fought at Kursk and endured the retreat, however, the experience was seared into memory. They had seen the peak of German armored might, the great clash of Prokhorovka, the dream of decisive victory, and they had watched it all slip away. They had trudged through the endless fields of Ukraine, fought among burning villages, resisted encirclements, and held the line against overwhelming odds. They had become, in a sense, the embodiment of Germany's war itself, fierce, disciplined, willing to endure, but ultimately on the defensive, forced backward step by step, fighting against time, against numbers, against the reality of a war that could no longer be won. The tide had turned. From 1943 onward, every battle would be fought on ground that was either already lost or about to be. The Waffen-SS, once the spearhead of conquest, had become the rear guard of a collapsing empire. And yet they fought on, with the same zeal and ruthlessness, determined to hold their place in history, no matter how dark the story would become. Chapter 9. Retreat from Ukraine and the Widening War, 1943–44. The retreat from Ukraine was not a single movement, nor was it the collapse of a front in one decisive moment. It was instead a long, grinding series of withdrawals, counterattacks, stand-fast orders, and desperate improvisations that stretched from late 1943 through much of 1944. For the Waffen-SS divisions, this period was one of constant marching, fighting, and suffering, an endless sequence of rearguard actions in which the dream of victory had already died, but the demand for sacrifice had only grown heavier. Ukraine, vast and unforgiving, became the graveyard of German hopes in the East, and the Waffen-SS was at the heart of both the resistance and the destruction. When the Red Army launched its Dnieper-Carpathian offensive in the winter of 1943–44, the German armies in Ukraine were already badly overstretched. They had suffered catastrophic losses during the Soviet summer offensives, and while they had regrouped along the Dnieper, the defensive line was brittle. For the Waffen-SS divisions, Leibstandard, Das Reich, Totenkopf, and Viking among them, the winter brought no rest. These formations had been transferred back and forth across Ukraine, plugged into critical sectors, and repeatedly ordered to counterattack into Soviet bridgeheads. The weather compounded their misery. Bitter cold, snow that froze rifles solid, and fields churned into seas of mud whenever the temperature lifted. Soldiers remembered nights spent without shelter, clinging to their weapons as the frost bit through their uniforms, exhausted beyond words. The Soviet offensive struck with overwhelming force in early 1944. Marshal Vatutin's forces surged across the Dnieper and tore through German lines, seeking to encircle entire armies. One of the most dramatic episodes of this campaign was the Korsun-Cherkassa pocket, sometimes called the Little Stalingrad of the West. In January 1944, two German corps found themselves encircled by superior Soviet forces near the town of Korsun. Among them were elements of the Waffen-SS. And as the Red Army tightened the ring, the situation grew increasingly desperate. Supplies dwindled, casualties mounted, and the trapped soldiers endured constant artillery bombardment and Soviet air attacks that turned the snowy fields into a nightmare of craters and corpses. The relief attempt fell in part to the SS divisions outside the pocket. Das Reich and Totenkopf spearheaded the effort, attacking with whatever tanks and men they could scrape together. Their advance was agonizingly slow, contested at every step, and hampered by the brutal winter weather. Mud swallowed vehicles. Horses collapsed in the traces, and Soviet defenses bled the attackers white. Inside the pocket, the encircled troops prepared for a breakout. When it came, it was a scene of horror, tens of thousands of men slogging through knee-deep snow and mud, under fire from all sides, abandoning heavy equipment in a desperate dash to reach the relieving forces. Waffen-SS units fought savagely to open a corridor, and while many Germans escaped, the cost was staggering. The survivors staggered out frozen, bloodied, and broken, a battered remnant that testified to the futility of Germany's strategy. The Korsun battle was emblematic of what the Waffen-SS would endure throughout 1944. Desperate defensive operations that achieved little beyond temporary survival. Each counterattack bought a few days. Each breakout preserved fragments of formations, but the tide could not be reversed. Yet in these crucibles of destruction, the Waffen-SS burnished their reputation for fanatic resistance. Propaganda in Germany trumpeted their deeds, portraying them as indomitable warriors holding back Bolshevism. Among the men themselves, however, there was a grim awareness that they were fighting a losing war. Letters home speak of exhaustion and disillusionment, even as duty kept them in line. Beyond Korsun, the Waffen-SS was drawn into a series of battles across western Ukraine. At Tarnopol, Kovel, and other towns, SS units fought to keep supply lines open and to block Soviet advances. In many cases, their presence was decisive, as their cohesion and ferocity allowed the Germans to stabilize collapsing fronts. But this role as fire brigade came at a heavy cost. Repeatedly thrown into crises, the SS divisions burned through men and equipment at unsustainable rates. Replacements arrived, often barely trained conscripts or foreign volunteers, but they could not replace the hardened veterans lost in the endless fighting. The strategic picture worsened as spring approached. Soviet offensives pushed relentlessly westward, forcing the Germans to abandon vast swathes of territory. The Waffen-SS divisions, once proud spearheads of conquest, now trudged in retreat, fighting for every river line and every crossroads. Villages were reduced to ashes, fields to mud, and civilians suffered terribly as the front rolled over them again and again. The SS, like the rest of the German army, left behind scorched earth, blowing bridges, burning supplies, and evacuating populations deemed useful while abandoning others to the advancing Soviets. Yet, even in retreat, the Waffen-SS expanded. Himmler's vision of a multinational SS force continued to unfold. Divisions composed of Hungarians, Croats, Latvians, and others entered the order of battle, though their combat effectiveness varied wildly. Some fought with determination, others collapsed under pressure, but all were thrown into the furnace of the Eastern Front. For the Germans, these units were both a symbol of their ideological project and a practical necessity. Manpower was dwindling, and every soldier who could be conscripted or coerced into service was needed. The retreat through Ukraine was punctuated by moments of extraordinary brutality. Anti-partisan operations grew even more savage, with SS units conducting mass reprisals against villages suspected of harboring resistance. Civilians were executed, homes torched, livestock slaughtered. The line between military action and atrocity blurred completely, and the Waffen-SS became instruments of terror as well as soldiers in the field. This dual role reflected the ideological nature of the war in the East, where annihilation of enemies, real or imagined, was considered as important as defeating armies. By the summer of 1944, the situation had grown catastrophic. The Red Army launched Operation Bagration further north, destroying Germany's Army Group Center and tearing open the front. In Ukraine, Soviet forces surged westward, liberating vast territories and threatening Poland and the Balkans. The Waffen-SS divisions, though still fighting with grim determination, could do little more than delay the inevitable. Their losses mounted, their veteran corps thinned, and their aura of invincibility was steadily eroded. Still, they clung to their reputation, continuing to resist with a fanaticism that both impressed and horrified observers. For the soldiers of the Waffen-SS, the retreat from Ukraine was a march through devastation. They saw entire cities reduced to rubble, fields littered with the dead, and endless columns of refugees trudging westward. They themselves were half-starved, perpetually exhausted, and haunted by the knowledge that the war was slipping away from them. Yet they continued to fight, to retreat, to fight again, caught in a cycle that seemed unbreakable. Ukraine, once envisioned as a prize to be conquered and exploited, became instead a crucible in which the Waffen-SS bled itself. By the close of 1944, the divisions that had survived this ordeal were shadows of their former selves. They had endured months of ceaseless combat, fought battles that could not be won, and retreated across landscapes that bore the scars of fire and steel. They remained dangerous, skilled, and feared, but they were no longer the elite force of 1941 or even 1942. Their myth endured, bolstered by propaganda and the loyalty of their commanders, but reality told a different story, of divisions ground down by attrition, of men worn to the bone, of a war that was slipping inexorably toward defeat. And yet, even as Ukraine was lost, the Waffen-SS found new battlefields awaiting them. Poland, Hungary, and the Balkans would soon call, as the war widened and the front crept ever closer to Germany's own borders. For the Waffen-SS, the retreat from Ukraine was not an end, but the beginning of an even more desperate phase, where the fight for survival would grow fiercer, the stakes higher, and the destruction greater than anything they had yet endured. The retreat from Ukraine had been a disaster that shook the Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS to their core, but the war did not allow for long pauses or reflection. As the Soviets surged westward, the map of conflict expanded. The fight was no longer confined to the rolling plains of Ukraine but spread across Poland, the Balkans, and Hungary, pulling the Waffen-SS into new battlegrounds that were as desperate as they were brutal. What unfolded through the second half of 1944 was a relentless widening of the front, one that exposed the limits of Germany's military strength and increasingly revealed the Waffen-SS as both overstretched and indispensable. Poland became the next stage of catastrophe. After Operation Bagration annihilated army group center in Belarus, the Soviets rolled forward into Polish territory. German defenses cracked in many sectors, leaving Warsaw vulnerable. The Waffen-SS divisions that had survived Ukraine were shifted northward, thrown into desperate counterattacks in an attempt to stabilize the front. They found themselves in a land both devastated by years of occupation and boiling with resistance. In August 1944, the Warsaw Uprising erupted, a desperate bid by the Polish underground to seize control of the city before the Soviets arrived. The Waffen-SS played a central role in the suppression of the uprising. SS General Erich von Dem-Boxalowski coordinated the operation, but it was Waffen-SS units, particularly Dirlewanger's infamous brigade and the Kaminsky Brigade, that carried out much of the slaughter. Their actions turned Warsaw into a charnel house. Entire districts were razed, tens of thousands of civilians executed, men, women, and children alike gunned down in reprisals meant to break the will of resistance. Even hardened German officers were appalled by the scale of the brutality, but within the Waffen-SS, this was justified as a necessary act of terror, consistent with the ideological war they had waged since 1941. For the men involved, it was another grim reminder that they were both soldiers and executioners, their roles fused together in ways that could never be separated. Beyond Warsaw, the front lines in Poland were fluid and chaotic. Soviet forces pressed toward the Vistula River, while the Germans tried to establish defensive positions along natural barriers. Waffen-SS divisions such as Totenkopf and Viking were shifted constantly, counterattacking into Soviet bridgeheads, attempting to contain advances, and bleeding heavily in the process. They fought with their characteristic ferocity, but the balance of forces had shifted decisively. The Soviets had more tanks, more artillery, and more men. German counterattacks that once might have thrown the enemy back now stalled after a few kilometers, shattered by overwhelming firepower. Still, the Waffen-SS clung to their image as a fighting elite, sustaining incredible casualties while retreating step by step toward Germany itself. As the fighting raged in Poland, events in the Balkans drew the Waffen-SS into another cauldron. In Yugoslavia, Tito's partisans grew ever stronger, supplied and supported by the Allies and emboldened by the German retreat on other fronts. Waffen-SS divisions with significant numbers of foreign volunteers, such as the Handschar, 13th SS Mountain Division, composed largely of Bosnian Muslims, were tasked with anti-partisan operations. These campaigns were brutal beyond measure. Villages were torched, inhabitants massacred, and entire populations uprooted in a futile attempt to suppress guerrilla warfare. The Waffen-SS in the Balkans found themselves locked in a war of ambushes, reprisals, and attrition that drained manpower and morale without achieving strategic results. By late 1944, as Soviet and Bulgarian forces advanced into the region, the SS units there were forced into a fighting retreat, abandoning territory they had once claimed as secure. Hungary emerged as the final great battleground of this period. After Romania switched sides in August 1944, allowing Soviet forces access through the Carpathians, Hungary became the Reich's last ally in the East. Hitler regarded it as essential, both for its oil resources and for its symbolic importance as a loyal partner. To defend Hungary, he poured Waffen-SS divisions into the region. The battles that followed, particularly around Budapest, would rank among the most desperate and destructive of the entire war. In late 1944, as the Soviets encircled Budapest, Waffen-SS formations were tasked with breaking the siege. Units such as Das Reich and Totenkopf were hurled against Soviet lines in repeated attempts to relieve the trapped garrison. These efforts, known as the Conrad operations, were remarkable for their intensity and for the willingness of the Waffen-SS to fight against impossible odds. Convoys of panthers and tigers rumbled forward through frozen landscapes. Infantry trudged through snow and mud, and battles raged in villages and forests where every street and every farmhouse became a fortress. Despite some temporary breakthroughs, the SS failed to reach Budapest. The city was doomed, and the Waffen-SS suffered catastrophic losses in the attempts to save it. The siege of Budapest itself was a microcosm of the larger war. Inside the city, German and Hungarian forces endured street-to-street combat, fighting in ruins, cellars, and sewers. Waffen-SS men distinguished themselves in holding out to the bitter end, but their tenacity only prolonged the inevitable. When the city finally fell in February 1945, it was a shattered ruin, with tens of thousands of soldiers dead and civilians devastated by hunger and bombardment. For the Waffen-SS survivors, it was another scar in a war increasingly defined by futility. While these dramatic battles unfolded, the Waffen-SS continued to expand on paper. Himmler's vision of a multinational SS drew in recruits from across occupied Europe. By late 1944, divisions numbered in the high 20s and 30s, though many existed only in name or were little more than brigades. Volunteers from France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Scandinavia were mustered into the fight, though their training was often rushed and their equipment inadequate. They were thrown into the front lines as stopgap measures, filling gaps left by the annihilation of veteran units. The Waffen-SS, once elite and selective, was now stretched thin, an empire of divisions that looked impressive in organizational charts, but in reality masked a force worn down by attrition. The wider war also pressed in from the west. With the Allied landings in Normandy in June 1944, Waffen-SS divisions were split between East and West, forced to defend against enemies advancing from both directions. The Eastern campaigns in Poland, the Balkans, and Hungary overlapped with battles in France, the Low Countries, and eventually Germany itself. This dual struggle highlighted the impossibility of Germany's situation and the overextension of its once prized Waffen-SS divisions. By the end of 1944, the Waffen-SS was everywhere and nowhere. It fought in the ruins of Warsaw, in the mountains of Yugoslavia, in the plains of Poland, and in the streets of Budapest. It had become the Reich's last line of defense, called upon whenever crises erupted, but in doing so, it burned itself out. The veterans who had carried the SS from Poland in 1939 through the triumphs of France, the horrors of Russia, and the maelstrom of Ukraine were now either dead, wounded, or utterly exhausted. The replacements who filled their ranks lacked their skill and their cohesion, leaving divisions as shadows of their former selves. And yet, even as exhaustion and defeat closed in, the Waffen-SS did not collapse. Their ideological commitment, their indoctrination, and their reputation for fighting to the last meant that they continued to resist in every theater. This resistance inflicted enormous casualties on their enemies and prolonged the war, but it could not alter the outcome. The retreat from Ukraine and the subsequent widening of the war into Poland, the Balkans, and Hungary marked the irreversible decline of the Waffen-SS. From this point on, they were fighting not for victory, but for survival, and the destruction that lay ahead would dwarf even the horrors they had already endured. Chapter 10: The Ardennes and the Last Gambles in the West, 1944–45. By the closing months of 1944, the Third Reich was under immense strain. In the east, the Soviets had torn vast holes in the German front, crushing Army Group Center in Operation Bagration and driving deep into Poland and the Balkans. In the west, The Allied landings in Normandy had succeeded beyond Hitler's darkest fears, and by autumn American, British, and Canadian armies were pressing against the German frontier. The war was closing in on the Reich from both directions. The once triumphant Waffen-SS, which had been used as a spearhead in campaigns from Poland through Ukraine, now found itself scattered across multiple fronts, thrown into battles that were increasingly defensive and desperate. Yet, even amid the tightening noose, Hitler and his commanders searched for a way to strike back, to seize the initiative in one final gamble. That gamble would come in the Ardennes, and the Waffen-SS would be central to it. The Ardennes offensive, known to the Allies as the Battle of the Bulge, was conceived as Hitler's last great strategic stroke in the West. He envisioned nothing less than a replay of the German blitzkrieg of 1940, a sudden thrust through the forested hills of Belgium and Luxembourg that would pierce the Allied front, capture Antwerp, and split the British and American armies. Such a blow, he believed, might force the Western Allies to negotiate or at least buy time to concentrate against the Soviets in the East. But the plan, grand in conception, was riddled with flaws. Germany no longer had the manpower, fuel, or resources to launch an offensive of this scale. The soldiers who were tasked with carrying it out were exhausted veterans, convalescents, and raw recruits. The armored divisions that once surged forward with overwhelming speed now struggled to muster their tanks, many of which were undermaintained or crewed by inexperienced men. Yet Hitler clung to the idea, convinced that a surprise attack could achieve what logic suggested was impossible. For the Waffen-SS, the Ardennes was both an opportunity and a test. Several of its most famous divisions were selected for the offensive, including the 1st SS Panzer Division Leibstandard, the 2nd SS Panzer Division Das Reich, and the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend. These formations, though bloodied in Normandy and subsequent retreats, still retained a reputation as elite armored spearheads. Alongside them were regular Wehrmacht units, Volksgrenadier divisions, and hastily assembled formations meant to plug gaps. The SS divisions were to play the role they had played so many times before, stormtroops for the Reich's boldest assaults. The offensive was planned for December 1944, taking advantage of poor winter weather that would ground Allied aircraft. The Ardennes region, with its dense forests and narrow roads, had been chosen precisely because the Allies considered it unsuitable for major operations. American units stationed there were largely untested and spread thin, giving the Germans a chance to achieve surprise. For the Waffen-SS soldiers preparing for the offensive, there was a grim sense of déjà vu. They had been through so many offensives that promised victory and instead delivered only slaughter. Yet the order was given, and as always, they obeyed. On the morning of December 16, 1944, the offensive began. The forests of the Ardennes erupted with artillery fire, shells screaming over the trees before crashing into American positions. Then, through the mist and snow, German infantry surged forward, followed by panzers grinding along the icy roads. The Waffen-SS spearheaded several of the most important thrusts. The Leibstandard advanced along routes leading toward the Meuse River, aiming to drive deep into Belgium. The Hitlerjugend division, composed largely of young men barely out of adolescence, pressed forward with fanatical determination despite shortages of fuel and ammunition. Das Reich moved in support, battling through villages and crossroads that became choke points for tanks and convoys. At first, the offensive achieved startling success. American units, caught off guard, fell back in confusion. Entire regiments were overrun, and roads became clogged with retreating vehicles and panicked soldiers. For a brief moment, the Ardennes seemed to echo 1940, with German armor thrusting forward while the enemy scrambled to react. Yet beneath the surface, problems were already apparent. The terrain was difficult, the weather bitterly cold, and the logistical situation dire. German convoys snarled in traffic jams, fuel shortages slowed progress, and resistance stiffened with each passing day. The Waffen-SS divisions, though ferocious in their assaults, were bleeding men and equipment at a pace they could not sustain. One of the most infamous episodes of the offensive came with Kampfgruppe, a battle group from the Leibstandard led by SS Colonel Joachim Paper. Tasked with a rapid armored thrust to the Meuse, Paper's men advanced aggressively, capturing American fuel dumps and pushing through villages. But their advance soon bogged down, hindered by road conditions and determined resistance. Frustrated and brutal, Paper's men became notorious for atrocities against prisoners of war and civilians. The most infamous was the Malmedy massacre, in which over 80 American prisoners were executed after surrendering. News of the massacre spread quickly among Allied troops, hardening resolve and ensuring that Waffen-SS units could expect no mercy in return. Despite the early gains, the German offensive soon lost momentum. The Allies recovered with astonishing speed, rushing reinforcements to the front, including airborne divisions and armored units. Once the skies cleared, Allied aircraft returned, strafing German columns and destroying fuel depots. The Waffen-SS divisions found themselves trapped in grueling battles for villages and crossroads, where every barn and stone wall became a defensive strongpoint. The offensive that had begun with dreams of Antwerp degenerated into desperate firefights in the snow, with tanks immobilized by lack of fuel and soldiers freezing in their foxholes. For the men of the Waffen-SS, the Ardennes was a nightmare dressed as a last chance. Many of them had fought from Poland in 1939 through the steppes of Russia, the streets of Kharkov, and the hedgerows of Normandy. They knew what it was to advance with overwhelming force, but they also knew the crushing weight of attrition. Now, in the forests of Belgium, they were asked to achieve the impossible. They fought with determination, often outmatching their American opponents in small unit tactics and battlefield aggression, but the tide of resources and manpower was against them. Every village captured came at enormous cost, and each day that passed brought more Allied strength to the front. By late December, the offensive had clearly failed. The Waffen-SS units that had driven forward so boldly were forced into withdrawal, leaving behind wrecked tanks and frozen corpses. The Malmedy massacre and other atrocities left their reputation blackened even further in the eyes of the world. The dream of splitting the Allies was shattered, and instead, Germany had expended some of its last reserves of fuel, armor, and manpower. For the Waffen-SS, the Ardennes was both a demonstration of their resilience and a harbinger of their final collapse. They had fought fiercely, even brilliantly at times, but it no longer mattered. The Reich was dying, and their efforts could not revive it. By January 1945, the surviving Waffen-SS divisions were pulled back to regroup, though there was little left to rebuild with. In the West, the Allies prepared to cross the Rhine. In the East, the Soviets massed for their great final offensive into Germany. For the Waffen-SS, the Ardennes had been the last gamble in the West, a gamble lost. Ahead lay only retreat, destruction, and the end. The failure of the Ardennes offensive marked not just the end of Germany's hopes in the West, but also the beginning of the final unraveling of the Waffen-SS as a fighting force on that front. The offensive, conceived as a bold thrust to split the Allies, had instead consumed vital fuel reserves, destroyed irreplaceable armored vehicles, and bled away the last remnants of the Reich's offensive potential. When the battered SS Panzer divisions withdrew in January 1945, It was clear to both the Allied commanders and to the men within the Waffen-SS themselves that the tide of war could no longer be turned. What followed was a grim sequence of rearguard actions, withdrawals, and futile last stands, as the once fearsome SS formations found themselves fighting not for conquest, but for survival. For the Leibstandard, Das Reich, and Hitlerjugend divisions, the Ardennes had been their last great offensive. After the bloody retreat from Belgium, they were transferred back into Germany to refit. Yet by 1945, refitting was little more than an illusion. Replacement tanks were scarce, and many of the men who joined these divisions were barely trained, pulled from the Hitler Youth or Volkssturm militias, and given a uniform bearing the SS runes. Veterans looked at these fresh faces with despair, knowing that they lacked the hard seasoning that years of battle had provided. The Waffen-SS had once prided itself on rigorous training and indoctrination, but in the final months of the war, the divisions were shells of their former selves, patched together with exhausted survivors and inexperienced recruits. As January gave way to February, the Allies pressed relentlessly into German territory. The Siegfried Line, once considered impregnable, was breached. Towns and villages along the Rhine were reduced to rubble by Allied artillery and bombing, and the retreating German units, Waffen-SS included, were pushed steadily eastward. The SS fought with a grim determination born of both ideology and desperation. They knew that capture by the Allies often meant harsh treatment, not only because of their battlefield reputation, but also because of the atrocities committed in places like Malmedy. Many Waffen-SS soldiers were resolved to fight to the bitter end rather than surrender. In the West, one of the last major operations involving Waffen-SS units came in March 1945 with the desperate attempt to hold the west bank of the Rhine. Hitler ordered that no ground be given up without a fight, a command that condemned countless German units to destruction. The SS divisions, depleted though they were often thrown into critical defensive sectors to buy time. At Remagen, the Americans captured a vital bridge intact, creating a bridgehead across the Rhine. In the days that followed, Waffen-SS formations were ordered to counterattack, but their efforts were disjointed, undermanned, and quickly repulsed. Tanks broke down or ran out of fuel, infantry companies were reduced to handfuls of men, and artillery was overwhelmed by Allied air power. For the SS, the aura of being the Reich's armored spearhead had crumbled into the harsh reality of being little more than sacrificial units thrown into hopeless battles. The collapse of the Western Front accelerated rapidly. By April 1945, Allied forces were pouring across Germany from the west, while the Soviets advanced from the east. Waffen-SS divisions, once spread across Europe, were now compressed into the shrinking heartland of the Reich. In the west, the Leibstandard and Hitlerjugend divisions retreated into Bavaria and Austria, fighting rearguard actions as American forces advanced. Das Reich, shattered and depleted, was broken apart in the chaos of retreat, its remnants scattered. Smaller Waffen-SS units were overrun or surrendered en masse, their men taken prisoner by the thousands. As defeat closed in, the Waffen-SS faced not only military collapse, but also the disintegration of its myth. The divisions that had once been celebrated by Nazi propaganda as elite and unstoppable were now revealed to be just as vulnerable to defeat and destruction as any other German unit, perhaps more so because of their relentless commitment to hold ground at all costs. The heavy casualties, the atrocities committed, and the ultimate futility of their sacrifices stripped away much of the aura that had surrounded them. For many SS soldiers, the final months of the war were less about ideology and more about survival, yet their reputation meant that surrender was fraught with danger. Some tried to discard their uniforms and melt into the Wehrmacht or civilian populations, hoping to avoid recognition. Others clung to their SS identity to the bitter end, even as the Reich collapsed around them. In Bavaria and Austria, Waffen-SS units made their last stands in April and May 1945. The Leibstandard, once Hitler's personal guard division, was reduced to little more than a fragment of its former strength, fighting desperate delaying actions in Austria before finally surrendering to American forces. The Hitlerjugend division, whose young soldiers had once been filled with fanatic zeal, was ground down to the last. Some of its remnants tried to escape into the Alps, joining the fantasy of an Alpine redoubt, where the Reich might somehow resist indefinitely, but this plan never materialized. Das Reich, so infamous for its ruthless campaigns and atrocities in France and the East, ceased to exist as a coherent fighting force, shattered beyond recognition. For those Waffen-SS soldiers who survived to surrender, captivity brought a new chapter of hardship. The Allies regarded the SS with particular suspicion and hostility. Unlike regular Wehrmacht soldiers, SS men were often separated, interrogated, and held in harsher conditions. Atrocities like Malmedy were remembered, and in many prisoner-of-war camps, Waffen-SS members were singled out for rough treatment. For some, this meant violence at the hands of vengeful guards or fellow prisoners. For others, it meant facing trials for war crimes. The last weeks of the war also exposed the contradictions at the heart of the Waffen-SS. It had been born as a political army, tied to the Nazi Party and its ideology. Over the course of the war, it had expanded into a multinational force that included volunteers from across Europe, many of whom had no deep loyalty to National Socialism, but fought out of anti-communism, coercion, or circumstance. In the final collapse, these foreign volunteers often fared even worse than their German comrades, as they were branded traitors by their home countries and reviled by the Allies. For them, surrender meant not just captivity but also exile, execution, or imprisonment upon return. By May 1945, the last Waffen-SS formations in the West surrendered. In Austria, remnants of the Leibstandard and Hitlerjugend laid down their arms to American forces. In Czechoslovakia, fleeing SS units were caught between advancing Soviets and Czech partisans, suffering brutal reprisals. The Waffen-SS, which had once numbered nearly 1 million men at its peak, dissolved into fragments. Its leaders were captured or killed, its soldiers marched off to captivity, and its reputation was forever stained by both its battlefield ferocity and its complicity in atrocities. The Ardennes and its aftermath had shown the last gasp of the Waffen-SS as an offensive force in the West. The divisions that had once driven the Reich to the heights of conquest were, by early 1945, exhausted shells of themselves. Their last battles were fought not with the confidence of earlier campaigns, but with the grim awareness that defeat was inevitable. They fought on anyway, driven by orders, by comradeship, by fear of retribution, or by ideological commitment. In the end, their struggle was futile, but it was also part of the larger tragedy of a continent torn apart by war. The Waffen-SS entered the Ardennes dreaming of one last triumph. It emerged broken, its divisions shattered, its aura of invincibility lost forever. From that point onward, it was no longer a question of victory, but only of how long the inevitable could be delayed. The last gambles in the West had been played and lost. Chapter 11. Collapse in the East, Hungary and the Final Battles, 1944–45. Part I. The final chapters of the Waffen-SS story cannot be told without focusing on the vast, crumbling battlefield of the Eastern Front in 1944 and 1945. It was there, in the plains of Hungary, the forests of Slovakia, and the approaches to Vienna and Prague, that the Waffen-SS fought its last major campaigns, bleeding away what strength it had left in desperate attempts to halt the Red Army. By this stage, the Waffen-SS had grown into a massive force, fielding entire armies and commanding numerous divisions that included not only Germans, but also volunteers from across Europe. Yet this growth came at a cost. The very expansion that had once been celebrated as proof of international fascist solidarity had diluted the elite character of the Waffen-SS, filling its ranks with undertrained and poorly equipped soldiers who could not hope to match the skill and cohesion of earlier years. What remained constant, however, was the ideological fervor and brutality with which the Waffen-SS fought. Even when the war was plainly lost, by the summer of 1944, the Eastern Front had already been shattered by the Soviet offensive known as Operation Bagration. The destruction of Army Group Center had ripped open the heart of German defenses, and the Red Army now surged westward with unstoppable momentum. While the Wehrmacht as a whole reeled, the Waffen-SS was called upon again and again to act as a fire brigade, sent to critical sectors to stabilize collapsing lines. For many SS men, this meant a grim return to conditions they had not experienced since the darkest days of the winter of 1941–42. Endless retreats, catastrophic losses, and constant pressure from an enemy who had not only matched but surpassed German military power. Hungary became the focal point of the German war effort in late 1944. Hitler regarded Hungary as strategically vital. Its oil fields provided some of the last fuel supplies available to the Reich, and its position on the map offered a buffer against the Soviet drive toward Austria and southern Germany. Determined to hold Hungary at all costs, Hitler committed some of his most prized Waffen-SS formations to the defense of the country. The two SS Panzer Corps, including the veteran divisions Leibstandard, Das Reich, and Totenkopf, was thrown into the battles around Budapest. These divisions, once the cutting edge of German offensives, were now tasked with defensive operations that tested their endurance to the breaking point. The fighting in Hungary was bitter and costly. In October 1944, the Red Army launched a massive assault on Budapest. German and Hungarian forces, including the Waffen-SS, fought fiercely to hold the city, turning it into a fortress. The Soviets encircled Budapest by the end of the year, trapping tens of thousands of German and Hungarian troops inside. What followed was a siege reminiscent of Stalingrad, with desperate street fighting, dwindling supplies, and the slow strangulation of the defenders. Hitler demanded that Budapest be held at all costs, and the Waffen-SS divisions outside the city were ordered to launch repeated relief attempts. These operations, known as the Conrad Offensives in January 1945, saw the SS divisions attack with their remaining armor and manpower in an effort to break through Soviet lines and reach the encircled garrison. The Conrad Offensives were among the last large-scale armored operations of the Waffen-SS. The Leibstandard, Das Reich, and Totenkopf divisions fought with remarkable tenacity, achieving some tactical successes and inflicting heavy losses on Soviet forces. At times, they advanced deep into enemy lines, raising hopes among the defenders inside Budapest that relief might be near. Yet the overwhelming superiority of the Red Army in men, tanks, and artillery ultimately doomed these efforts. The Waffen-SS, battered and depleted, could not sustain the offensive, and each relief attempt stalled short of the city. Inside Budapest, the defenders were gradually worn down until, in February 1945, the city fell. The fall of Budapest was a devastating blow to Germany's position in the Balkans and to the morale of the Waffen-SS. The battles in Hungary revealed both the resilience and the futility of the Waffen-SS in the final months of the war. On one hand, these divisions continued to demonstrate tactical skill, discipline, and ferocity on the battlefield, qualities that had earned them their reputation earlier in the war. On the other hand, their sacrifices achieved nothing in strategic terms. The Red Army could replace its losses far more easily than the Germans could, and every tank destroyed by the SS was soon replaced by another. For every Soviet regiment thrown back in counterattack, two more surged forward to replace it. The Waffen-SS was fighting a war of attrition it could not possibly win. The fighting in Hungary also exposed the increasing reliance of the Waffen-SS on foreign volunteers. By 1944, entire divisions had been raised from Dutch, Flemish, Latvian, Estonian, and other European recruits. In Hungary, units like the 23rd SS Division, Netherlands, and the 5th SS Division, Viking, fought alongside German formations. Many of these volunteers fought with genuine conviction, driven by anti-communism or loyalty to their comrades, but others were disillusioned by the hopelessness of the struggle and the heavy casualties. For the Waffen-SS leadership, however, these foreign units symbolized the vision of a pan-European crusade against Bolshevism, even as the reality was one of exhaustion and defeat. After the fall of Budapest, the Waffen-SS continued to fight in Hungary and Austria as the Soviets advanced toward Vienna. In March 1945, Operation Spring Awakening was launched, the last major German offensive of the war. It was led primarily by Waffen-SS divisions, including the Leibstandarte, Hitlerjugend, and Totenkopf, tasked with securing the vital oil fields around Lake Balaton. Hitler believed that a victory there could stabilize the front and protect Germany's dwindling fuel reserves. Yet Spring Awakening was a doomed venture from the start. The Waffen-SS divisions, weakened by months of attrition, lacked the strength for a sustained offensive. They advanced initially, but were soon counterattacked by overwhelming Soviet forces. Within days, the offensive collapsed, and the SS divisions were forced into retreat. The failure of Spring Awakening marked the effective end of the Waffen-SS as a coherent fighting force in the East. Hitler, enraged by the retreat, accused the Leibstandarte and other divisions of cowardice, an accusation that cut deeply into the pride of men who had fought for years at the sharpest end of the war. The irony of accusing these battle-worn divisions of disloyalty was not lost on their commanders, but by then Hitler's grip on reality was slipping. The Waffen-SS, once his chosen elite, was now being scapegoated for failures that stemmed from his own strategic delusions. From this point onward, the Waffen-SS in the East was engaged only in delaying actions, desperate retreats, and futile attempts to hold collapsing fronts. The Red Army surged through Hungary into Austria, and the SS divisions fell back toward Vienna. The once proud armored spearheads of the Waffen-SS were now ragged formations, their tanks reduced to a handful, their infantry battalions shattered. Yet they fought on, driven by orders, by the bonds of comradeship, and by the grim knowledge of what Soviet captivity might entail. For many Waffen-SS men, the advance of the Red Army brought terror not only of defeat but of retribution, as Soviet soldiers were well aware of the atrocities committed by the SS in the East. By April 1945, the front in Hungary and Austria had collapsed entirely. The Waffen-SS divisions retreated into the Austrian Alps, hoping to surrender to the Western Allies rather than fall into Soviet hands. This desperate flight westward, carried out under constant pressure from the advancing Red Army, marked the final stage of their existence as organized fighting forces. For the Waffen-SS, Hungary had been the graveyard of their last great hopes, and from there the path led only to surrender and dissolution. The fall of Budapest, and the collapse of Operation Spring Awakening did not simply represent military defeats. They symbolized the death of the last illusions within Hitler's Reich that the Eastern Front could somehow be stabilized. For the Waffen-SS, these final months were a blur of exhaustion, retreat, and desperate acts of defiance. Yet, even in the face of overwhelming Soviet superiority, the SS divisions did not dissolve immediately into chaos. Instead, they clung to discipline, fighting on in doomed battles that served only to delay the inevitable. This tenacity was, in some ways, both their final achievement and their final tragedy. It condemned thousands of young men to die in battles that could no longer alter the outcome of the war, while simultaneously prolonging the suffering of civilians trapped in the path of the fighting. The city of Vienna became the next focal point of Soviet advances. In April 1945, as the Red Army drove westward through Hungary, its forces set their sights on the Austrian capital. Hitler demanded that Vienna be held at all costs, insisting that its loss would unravel the German position in the south. The defense of Vienna was entrusted to a mix of Wehrmacht and Waffen-SS formations, including remnants of the 2nd SS Panzer Division, Das Reich, and the 9th SS Panzer Division, Hohenstaufen. These divisions, once elite armored units capable of spearheading major offensives, were now shadows of their former selves, reduced in strength and fighting with dwindling supplies of fuel and ammunition. Nevertheless, their commanders organized defenses across the city, preparing for house-to-house combat reminiscent of Stalingrad. The Battle of Vienna unfolded with grim inevitability. The Red Army, well supplied and confident after months of uninterrupted victories, entered the city in early April. Soviet artillery pounded the Austrian capital, reducing entire districts to rubble. Waffen-SS troops fought tenaciously from barricades, cellars, and ruined buildings, making the Soviets pay dearly for every block. The discipline and ferocity of these SS formations impressed even some Soviet commanders, who noted the skill with which small groups of German soldiers turned every street into a fortress. Yet the outcome was never in doubt. By April 13th, Vienna had fallen. For the Waffen-SS, the loss of Vienna was a symbolic defeat as well as a strategic one. The gateway into southern Germany now lay wide open, and the Reich's fate was sealed. As Vienna fell, the broader collapse of the Eastern Front accelerated. Waffen-SS divisions, along with remnants of the Wehrmacht, withdrew through Austria and Czechoslovakia in chaotic retreats. The once proud divisions of the SS Panzer Corps were skeletal in size. Battalions that had once fielded hundreds of men could now muster only a few dozen, while armored regiments often had only a handful of functioning tanks. Despite this, the Waffen-SS continued to fight, their resistance stiffened by the knowledge of what awaited them if captured by the Soviets. Stories of SS atrocities in the East had spread widely, and many SS men knew that Soviet vengeance would be merciless. This fear drove entire units to attempt desperate westward marches, hoping to surrender to American or British forces instead. Czechoslovakia became the final battleground for many Waffen-SS divisions. In late April and early May 1945, as the Reich collapsed on all sides, German forces attempted to hold positions around Prague. Here, Waffen-SS units clashed not only with the advancing Red Army, but also with Czech partisans who rose in rebellion during the Prague Uprising. The fighting in Czechoslovakia was savage and chaotic, with remnants of SS divisions scattered across the countryside, some attempting to maintain cohesion while others broke apart entirely. For civilians, this period was one of terrible suffering, caught between retreating German forces, advancing Soviets, and the turmoil of partisan warfare. The final collapse of the Waffen-SS cannot be separated from the last battles in Berlin. Although many of the most famous SS divisions were engaged in Hungary and Austria, other Waffen-SS units were pulled back to defend the German capital itself. Among these were the 11th SS Volunteer Panzergrenadier Division, Nordland, and elements of the 33rd SS Grenadier Division, Charlemagne, composed largely of foreign volunteers. In the streets of Berlin, these units fought with suicidal determination. Waffen-SS men defended government buildings, intersections, and bridges, holding out against overwhelming Soviet forces. Their defense of the Reich Chancellery and the Führer bunker was among the most intense urban combat of the entire war. Foreign volunteers, particularly Frenchmen from the Charlemagne division, distinguished themselves in this final stand, fighting until their ammunition was exhausted. For those Waffen-SS soldiers in Berlin, surrender was almost unthinkable. Many fought to the death, while others attempted to break out of the encircled city, only to be cut down by Soviet troops. The ferocity of the Waffen-SS in Berlin was both a testament to their discipline and a grim reflection of their indoctrination. Even with the Reich in ruins, these men fought on, not only for survival, but also for a cause that had already ceased to exist. The Soviet capture of Berlin in early May 1945 marked the end of the Third Reich and the last major act of resistance by Waffen-SS units in the capital. Elsewhere, Waffen-SS divisions surrendered en masse. In Austria, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, entire formations laid down their arms, often deliberately seeking out American or British forces to avoid Soviet captivity. The Leibstandard, once Hitler's personal bodyguard and the pride of the Waffen-SS, surrendered in Austria to U.S. forces in early May. Das Reich and Totenkopf, equally storied divisions, also surrendered in the West. For these men, surrender to the Americans meant at least the hope of survival, even if it did not spare them from eventual trials and imprisonment. By contrast, Waffen-SS troops who fell into Soviet hands often faced summary executions, brutal reprisals, or long years in the Gulag. The dissolution of the Waffen-SS in 1945 was not a clean or orderly process. Instead, it was chaotic, marked by fragments of units scattering across Central Europe, some still fighting, others surrendering, and many simply disintegrating under the weight of desertions. Yet the idea of the Waffen-SS as Hitler's elite persisted even to the final days. Many of its officers and soldiers clung to notions of loyalty and sacrifice, convinced that their service set them apart, even as the world around them collapsed. In reality, the Waffen-SS ended the war not as the invincible elite it once claimed to be, but as a shattered force, discredited by its atrocities and condemned by its association with the Nazi regime. In the immediate aftermath of the war, the Allies declared the Waffen-SS a criminal organization, a judgment that reflected both its role as a combat force and its deep involvement in war crimes and atrocities. For those who survived surrender, this meant imprisonment, interrogation, and trials. Many sought to downplay or deny their involvement in crimes, insisting that they had been mere soldiers fighting honorably on the battlefield. Yet the historical record revealed otherwise. Waffen-SS units had been complicit in massacres, anti-partisan operations, and the enforcement of Nazi racial policies. Their reputation as soldiers could not be separated from their role as instruments of a genocidal regime. Thus, the Waffen-SS came to an end in the ruins of Europe, its divisions shattered across the battlefields of Hungary, Austria, Czechoslovakia, and Berlin. From their dramatic rise as Hitler's chosen elite to their final collapse in 1945, the Waffen-SS had been at the center of some of the most brutal and significant battles of the war. Their last stand in Hungary and their doomed resistance in Berlin were acts of defiance that prolonged the suffering of millions without changing the outcome of the war. The story of their collapse is both a military narrative and a moral lesson, a reminder that even the fiercest loyalty and the most disciplined soldiers cannot redeem a cause rooted in destruction and tyranny. Chapter 12: The Western Front. From Normandy to the Ardennes, 1944 to 45. The story of the Waffen-SS on the Western Front in 1944 is one of both resurgence and ruin, a brief period in which Hitler's elite formations demonstrated their tactical prowess even as the strategic situation of the Reich disintegrated. After years of fighting in the East, many of the most experienced SS divisions were redeployed to the West to face the long-feared Allied invasion. By this stage of the war, the Waffen-SS was both larger and more diverse than ever before, swollen with foreign recruits and rebuilt formations that had been shattered in Russia. Yet its reputation for elite combat performance remained. And it was to these divisions that Hitler entrusted much of the burden of stopping the Allies once they landed in France. The Allied invasion of Normandy on June 6, 1944, D-Day, was the long-anticipated turning point of the war in Western Europe. For years, German propaganda had promised to hurl the invaders back into the sea, and Hitler himself believed that the battle for France would decide the future of the Reich. Among the units tasked with responding to the invasion were some of the most famous Waffen-SS divisions: the 1st SS Panzer Division Leibstandard, the 2nd SS Panzer Division Das Reich, the 9th SS Panzer Division Hohenstaufen, the 10th SS Panzer Division Frundsberg, and the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend. These divisions formed the backbone of the German armored reserves in the West, positioned to counterattack against any Allied beachhead. The 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend was perhaps the most striking example of the Waffen-SS ethos in 1944. Composed largely of 17- and 18-year-old recruits drawn from the Hitler Youth movement, it embodied the fusion of ideological fanaticism and military training. Its officers and NCOs were veterans from the Leibstandard, ensuring that the division had a hardened cadre to lead its inexperienced but zealous soldiers. The Hitlerjugend's reputation was soon cemented in Normandy, where it fought with extraordinary determination against the Canadian and British forces attempting to break out from their beachheads. The division's young soldiers fought fanatically, launching repeated counterattacks and resisting every advance with a tenacity that shocked the Allies. Their performance was admired for its toughness, but it also came at a horrific cost in lives, and their involvement in massacres of prisoners and civilians stained their legacy forever. Das Reich, meanwhile, became infamous even before it reached the Normandy front. Ordered to move north from southern France in the days following D-Day, the division encountered resistance from the French resistance, and reprisals were swift and brutal. At Oradour-sur-Glane, Das Reich committed one of the worst atrocities of the Western Front, massacring over 600 villagers, including women and children. The atrocity demonstrated the SS' continuing role as enforcers of Nazi terror even on the Western Front, and it left a legacy of horror that overshadowed their battlefield role. Nevertheless, once Das Reich reached Normandy, it fought with skill and determination, contributing significantly to the German defensive effort. The battles of Normandy were characterized by grinding attrition. Unlike the fluid maneuver warfare of the early Blitzkrieg, or even the vast encirclements of the Eastern Front, Normandy became a brutal contest of firepower, hedgerows, and attrition. The Allies, with overwhelming superiority in air power and artillery, slowly wore down German formations. The Waffen-SS divisions, though fierce and disciplined, could not compensate for the disparity in resources. Day after day, they launched local counterattacks, often fighting with incredible bravery, but each time suffering losses that could not be replaced. Tanks destroyed were rarely replaced with new ones, while Allied factories across the Atlantic produced replacements in staggering numbers. One of the most intense clashes came at Cannes, where the Hitlerjugend and Hohenstaufen divisions resisted British and Canadian offensives for weeks. Cannes became a focal point of the Normandy campaign, with the Allies desperate to capture the city as a springboard for further operations. The Waffen-SS, under commanders such as Kurt Meyer of the Hitlerjugend, fought with ferocity, turning villages and fields into strongpoints and making the Allies pay dearly for every advance. Yet despite their skill, the Germans could not withstand the sheer weight of Allied firepower. In July, during Operation Goodwood and later Operation Cobra, Allied forces broke through the German lines, forcing a retreat. The retreat from Normandy culminated in the Falaise Pocket, where German forces, including Waffen-SS divisions, became encircled. The pocket was a slaughterhouse. Allied aircraft and artillery pounded the trapped Germans, while advancing ground forces tightened the noose. Thousands of German soldiers were killed or captured, and the Waffen-SS suffered catastrophic losses. Divisions like Das Reich and Leibstandard, once proud and formidable, were reduced to fragments of their former selves. The survivors managed to break out of the pocket, but at the cost of leaving behind much of their equipment and many of their comrades. For the Waffen-SS, Falaise was a disaster on the scale of earlier defeats in Russia, and it marked the end of any realistic hope of halting the Allied advance in the West. Yet the Waffen-SS was not finished. Even as they retreated across France, these divisions regrouped and prepared for new battles. In September 1944, the Allies launched Operation Market Garden, an ambitious plan to seize a series of bridges in the Netherlands and open the way into Germany. Once again, Waffen-SS units played a decisive role. The 9th and 10th SS Panzer Divisions, battered from Normandy but still operational, were positioned near Arnhem, where they were unexpectedly confronted by British paratroopers. In the desperate battle that followed, the SS divisions managed to contain and eventually defeat the airborne assault, inflicting heavy casualties on the British 1st Airborne Division. Market Garden ended in failure, and the role of the Waffen-SS in thwarting it reinforced their reputation as tenacious and formidable defenders. By late 1944, however, the strategic situation was bleak for Germany. On the Western Front, the Allies had advanced to the borders of the Reich. On the Eastern Front, the Soviets were preparing their massive final offensives. Yet Hitler still dreamed of turning the tide with one last great blow. The result was the Ardennes Offensive, better known as the Battle of the Bulge, launched in December 1944. Waffen-SS divisions were at the heart of this gamble, with Leibstandard and Hitlerjugend among those spearheading the assault. The plan was to break through the Allied lines in Belgium, seize Antwerp, and split the British and American forces. It was an audacious plan, and for a time, it seemed to work. In the opening days of the offensive, SS units achieved significant gains, advancing rapidly through the Ardennes forests and overwhelming surprised American units. The Leibstandard, under Joachim Paper, became infamous for its role in the Malmedy massacre, in which dozens of American prisoners were executed. The atrocity shocked Allied opinion and ensured that Waffen-SS soldiers captured thereafter would often face little mercy. Militarily, the offensive demonstrated that the Waffen-SS could still deliver powerful blows when concentrated and given resources. But the offensive soon stalled. The Allies quickly recovered. Their air power returned once the weather cleared, and German supply shortages crippled the offensive. By January 1945, the Ardennes offensive had failed, and the Waffen-SS divisions involved were left battered and depleted once again. The story of the Waffen-SS on the Western Front in 1944 was thus one of both defiance and futility. These divisions fought with great determination, often inflicting severe casualties on their enemies, but they could not overcome the overwhelming material superiority of the Allies. Their actions prolonged the war and added to the suffering, but they could not change the outcome. As the year ended, the once mighty Waffen-SS divisions were again shadows of their former selves, retreating into Germany for the final battles on their own soil. The collapse of the Ardennes offensive marked the end of any real chance for Germany to alter the course of the war in the West. For the Waffen-SS, the defeat was devastating. Their best divisions had been hurled into the desperate gamble, suffering enormous casualties in the frozen forests of Belgium. The Leibstandarte, Hitlerjugend, Hohenstaufen, and Frundsberg divisions emerged from the battle hollowed out, their tank strength nearly annihilated, their infantry formations thinned to skeletal remnants. And yet, in true Waffen-SS fashion, the survivors regrouped, determined to continue resisting even in the face of hopeless odds. As January 1945 dawned, the German front in the West was in crisis. The Allies had not only repelled the Ardennes assault, but had begun pushing back with renewed determination. The counteroffensives that followed reclaimed the ground lost in December and inflicted further damage on German formations. For the Waffen-SS, this meant a slow and punishing retreat back into Germany itself, a bitter journey across terrain that had once been part of the Reich's triumphal visions of conquest. The SS divisions, once proudly trumpeted as Hitler's elite, now functioned as fire brigades, thrown into one emergency after another, tasked with delaying the inevitable Allied advance that in the aftermath of the Bulge, Allied commanders recognized the Waffen-SS as among their most dangerous opponents. American and British troops had learned to expect fierce resistance from SS divisions, often fanatical in defense, even when surrounded or outnumbered. But Allied dominance in the air and overwhelming material superiority meant that such resistance could only delay, not prevent, defeat. Villages across Western Germany became scenes of desperate rearguard actions, with Waffen-SS troops holding on to strongpoints until they were destroyed, cut off, or forced to retreat. The once grand armored spearheads had been reduced to piecemeal clusters of tanks and half-tracks, often supported by hastily conscripted replacements or foreign auxiliaries that in February and March 1945, as the Allies advanced toward the Rhine River, Waffen-SS divisions fought some of their last coordinated battles in the West. The defense of the Siegfried Line, or Westwall, became the stage for their determination. At this point, the SS had little left to offer but the sheer willpower of its soldiers and the crumbling fortifications of the Reich. Divisions such as Hitlerjugend and Hohenstaufen fought stubbornly along the approaches to Cologne and the Ruhr, holding up the Allied advance for days at a time, only to collapse under the weight of superior firepower. In Cologne, the Leibstandarte and elements of Hitlerjugend clashed with American forces in street battles that left parts of the ancient city in ruins. The SS men fought house to house, refusing to surrender, but they could not prevent the fall of the city. The crossing of the Rhine in March 1945 sealed the Waffen-SS's fate on the Western Front. When American forces captured the Ludendorff Bridge at Remagen intact, it provided a foothold on the East Bank that no German counterattack could eliminate. Waffen-SS units were rushed to the area to try to destroy the bridgehead, including elements of the Leibstandarte and Hitlerjugend. But repeated assaults failed, costing lives and equipment the Germans could not afford to lose. Allied air power ruled the skies, smashing German positions, while their artillery pounded any gathering of troops. The once vaunted SS divisions were now a shadow of their former selves, their ranks filled with hastily trained replacements, many of whom had barely fired a weapon before being thrown into battle. As the Allies poured across the Rhine and into the heart of Germany, Waffen-SS units continued to fight, but their role had shifted. No longer the shock troops of Blitzkrieg, they had become the desperate defenders of a collapsing Reich. The Hitlerjugend, once celebrated for its fanatical energy, was by now a shattered formation of gaunt survivors. Das Reich, too, had been mauled repeatedly, reduced to fragments retreating through Germany. Hohenstaufen and Frundsberg, once proud panzer divisions, fought delaying actions in the Ruhr pocket, where hundreds of thousands of German soldiers were eventually encircled and forced to surrender. Within this cauldron, Waffen-SS units fought until the very end, many refusing to lay down arms until ordered by their commanders, others slipping away into the forests in small groups, trying to escape capture. The Waffen-SS also played a grim role in suppressing resistance within Germany as the Allies advanced. Fanatical commanders sought to enforce Hitler's orders that every town and village must be defended to the last man. SS troops were often sent to stiffen faltering Wehrmacht units or to carry out brutal reprisals against civilians suspected of defeatism. In some cases, Waffen-SS detachments executed German civilians accused of cowardice or desertion, fulfilling Hitler's demand for absolute loyalty even as the Reich collapsed. These acts deepened the SS reputation for brutality, showing that their fanaticism did not end at the front lines. By April 1945, the end was in sight. Allied forces swept across Western Germany, liberating concentration camps and uncovering the full extent of the SS crimes. As American and British troops advanced, they encountered not only SS combat divisions, but also remnants of the SS Totenkopf units responsible for guarding the camps. The liberation of Buchenwald, Dachau, and Bergen-Belsen shocked the world and ensured that the name of the SS would forever be linked not only with battlefield prowess, but also with monstrous atrocities. Many Waffen-SS soldiers attempted to distance themselves from these crimes, claiming that they had been soldiers, not executioners. But the distinction was blurred, as units like Totenkopf and others had combined both roles during the war. The final battles in the West saw Waffen-SS units destroyed piecemeal. In Bavaria, Leibstandard remnants fought a last stand in April, their once proud panzer regiment reduced to a handful of tanks. In Austria, Hitlerjugend survivors made a futile stand against advancing American forces, many of them teenagers who had known nothing but war in their short lives. Others simply surrendered, knowing that further resistance was pointless. By May 1945, when Germany surrendered unconditionally, the Waffen-SS in the West had been effectively annihilated. The legacy of the Waffen-SS in the Western campaigns was complex. On the battlefield, they had fought with skill and courage, often regarded by their enemies as among the toughest opponents they faced. Their resistance at Normandy, Arnhem, and in the Ardennes demonstrated their combat effectiveness, even in the face of overwhelming odds. Yet alongside these achievements lay a darker reality. Atrocities against prisoners and civilians, ideological fanaticism, and a willingness to carry out orders that defied the norms of civilized warfare. The Malmedy massacre, the destruction of Oradour-sur-Glane, and countless smaller atrocities stained their reputation irredeemably. As the war ended, Allied commanders made little distinction between Waffen-SS and other branches of the SS. The organization as a whole was declared criminal at Nuremberg, and membership in the Waffen-SS was deemed participation in a criminal enterprise. For the survivors, this meant stigma, imprisonment, and in some cases execution. The Waffen-SS had been Hitler's elite, but in the end, their loyalty had carried them into the abyss alongside the regime they served. Thus, the Western Front was both the stage of their greatest defensive efforts and the setting of their final undoing. From the beaches of Normandy to the forests of the Ardennes and the ruins of the Reich itself, the Waffen-SS fought with determination that could not alter their fate. Their story in the West was one of courage spent in a lost cause, shadowed forever by the crimes that defined their identity. Chapter 13. The Final Battles in the East, 1945. The winter of 1945 brought the Eastern Front to a catastrophic climax, a series of desperate struggles that would mark the final chapters of the Waffen-SS and the Third Reich itself. Nowhere was the collapse of Germany more vividly illustrated than in the East, where the Red Army, fueled by vengeance and overwhelming material superiority, advanced inexorably into the heart of the Reich. For the Waffen-SS, this meant fighting to the last in battles that were as hopeless as they were ferocious. The divisions that had once been the spearhead of blitzkrieg were reduced to scattered remnants, clinging to strongholds, defending cities, and counterattacking against impossible odds. In their last campaigns, the Waffen-SS would show both the depths of their fanaticism and the futility of their struggle. By January 1945, the Soviet Union launched the massive Vistula-Oder offensive, a blow that smashed German lines in Poland and opened the way directly to Berlin. The Waffen-SS divisions stationed in the east bore the brunt of this assault. Units such as Totenkopf, Viking, and Nordland had already been bled white in the battles of 1944, particularly in the defense of the Baltic and in the encirclements of Army Group Center. Now, they were thrown once more into combat with little time to recover. The Soviet attack was overwhelming. Entire German armies were swept away in days. The SS divisions fought hard, but they were pushed back relentlessly, losing ground and men at a rate they could not sustain. Villages that had once marked the outer fringes of the Reich were reduced to smoking ruins, defended by small clusters of SS veterans who had no choice but to retreat when Soviet tanks rolled over their positions. The retreat across Poland was brutal. Civilians fled alongside soldiers, caught in the maelstrom of destruction. Waffen-SS units often found themselves serving a dual role: rearguard for the Wehrmacht and shield for the streams of German refugees fleeing westward. Accounts describe columns of women, children, and the elderly trudging through the snow as SS rearguards fought off Soviet patrols. For the soldiers, this was a bitter echo of the ideological war they had once waged deep inside the Soviet Union. Now, they were the ones defending their homeland against an enemy bent on retribution. Yet, even in retreat, the Waffen-SS's reputation for ferocity endured. Small detachments of SS soldiers would hold villages or river crossings until annihilated, buying time for others to escape. These actions slowed but could not halt the Soviet tide. One of the key battlegrounds of this period was Hungary. Hitler had long considered Hungary vital, both for its position and its oil resources. In late 1944 and early 1945, Waffen-SS units were concentrated in the region for Operation Conrad, the German attempt to relieve Budapest, where a German and Hungarian garrison was trapped. Divisions such as Viking and Totenkopf were thrown into desperate assaults across the Danube plain. The fighting was among the fiercest of the war. Soviet defenses, deeply entrenched and supported by overwhelming artillery, held firm. The Waffen-SS launched repeated attacks, often in icy conditions, advancing a few kilometers only to be beaten back. For weeks, they tried to break through to Budapest, but the Red Army's superiority in numbers and equipment was insurmountable. By February 1945, the Budapest garrison had been annihilated, its defenders killed or captured, and the Waffen-SS divisions that had tried to rescue them were shattered shells of their former selves. The failure in Hungary marked a turning point. For the Waffen-SS, it was the last major offensive effort in the East. From then on, their role was almost entirely defensive, clinging to shrinking pockets of resistance as the Red Army closed in. In Silesia, SS divisions fought alongside Wehrmacht units in savage battles for towns and villages, turning every street into a fortress. Yet despite their determination, the outcome was inevitable. Soviet tanks smashed through defenses with relentless pressure. German artillery, increasingly short of ammunition, could not match the Soviet barges that pulverized defensive positions before each assault. For Waffen-SS soldiers, survival itself became the only victory as the front collapsed. Hitler demanded that every position be held to the last. For the Waffen-SS, this command aligned with their ideology of loyalty and sacrifice. Many divisions fought until they were virtually destroyed. In Pomerania, the Nordland Division, made up largely of Scandinavian volunteers, resisted bitterly as Soviet forces advanced toward the Baltic. Their stand delayed the Red Army briefly, but the division was eventually shattered, survivors fleeing or surrendering as the Soviets closed in. These foreign volunteers had once been held up as proof of the Waffen-SS's pan-European nature. Now, they too were consumed in the fires of Germany's defeat. The Red Army's advance into East Prussia and toward the Oder brought the war directly into German soil. For the Waffen-SS, this was both a symbolic and psychological blow. They had once carried the war into Russia with arrogance and brutality. Now they faced a remorseless enemy whose vengeance was legendary. Villages and towns along the route were subjected to atrocities as Soviet troops avenged years of occupation. Waffen-SS men, indoctrinated to view themselves as warriors of the Reich, now confronted the collapse of the very world they had believed themselves destined to dominate. Many fought with renewed desperation, seeing the defense of German soil as their final duty. Others, disillusioned, surrendered, or deserted, but the core of the SS remained committed to fighting to the bitter end. By March 1945, the Waffen-SS's last reserves were being thrown into the battle for the Oder. This was the last major defensive line before Berlin itself. SS divisions, alongside Wehrmacht remnants and hastily conscripted Volkssturm units, manned positions along the river. The battles here were apocalyptic in scale. Soviet artillery bombardments turned defensive lines into wastelands, while waves of infantry and tanks pressed forward relentlessly. Waffen-SS units counterattacked with what little armor they had left, often no more than a handful of tanks supported by scattered infantry. Despite their efforts, the line crumbled. The Red Army forced crossings and began advancing toward the German capital. The Oder battles revealed the full extent of the Waffen-SS's decline. The divisions were shadows of their former selves. Casualties had been so high that many battalions were filled with barely trained replacements, including conscripts and foreign auxiliaries. Equipment was scarce. Tanks often broke down before they could reach the front. And yet, reports from both Soviet and German sources confirmed that Waffen-SS units continued to fight with grim determination. Small groups would counterattack Soviet spearheads, ambushing tanks, and then vanishing into the ruins. Others would hold fortified positions until overrun, refusing to surrender. These actions delayed the Soviets, but at immense cost. By April, as the Red Army prepared its final assault on Berlin, the Waffen-SS divisions on the Oder had been reduced to fragments, their survivors retreating toward the capital for the final stand. The Eastern Front in early 1945 was thus a stage of tragedy for the Waffen-SS. Their divisions, once feared for their offensive power, were now little more than fire brigades, holding back an enemy that could not be stopped. The ideological commitment that had driven them from the beginning sustained their resistance, but it also condemned them to destruction. For the Waffen-SS, there was no possibility of survival as an institution. Their fate was tied to the fate of the Reich, and as the Red Army advanced into Germany, that fate was sealed. As April 1945 dawned, the last curtain was drawing over the Eastern Front, and the Waffen-SS braced for its final ordeal in the defense of Berlin. The collapse of the Oder Line meant that the Soviet armies were now advancing on the capital of the Reich itself, and Hitler had decreed that Berlin would be transformed into a fortress city, a citadel that would resist to the last man and the last bullet. In this final drama, the Waffen-SS played a central role. For them, there could be no surrender, no negotiated peace, no retreat. The oath to Hitler demanded absolute loyalty, and so the Waffen-SS divisions, already shattered by months of attritional warfare, marched and limped into the ruins of Berlin to prepare for the last battle. The defense of Berlin was a surreal mixture of desperation and delusion. Hitler himself still clung to fantasies of salvation. He believed that armies in the West might turn against the Allies, that relief would come from imagined counterattacks, or that some miracle would halt the Soviet advance. None of this was realistic, but his commands ensured that the Waffen-SS, alongside the remnants of the Wehrmacht and the Volkssturm militia, would fight in an apocalyptic urban battle. Inside the city, SS officers took charge of many of the defensive sectors. The most famous among them was the French Charlemagne Division, composed of foreign volunteers who had pledged themselves to the Reich even as its collapse became inevitable. These men, alongside Nordland Division and fragments of Totenkopf and others, were ordered to hold the heart of Berlin, including the government district and the approaches to the Führer bunker. The Soviet assault on Berlin began on April 16, 1945, with one of the greatest artillery barrages in history. Thousands of guns opened fire simultaneously, shaking the earth and pulverizing defensive positions. Soviet infantry and armor surged forward, crossing the Oder and Seelow heights in a storm of fire. Waffen-SS units resisted bitterly, counterattacking with what tanks and assault guns remained, but they were hopelessly outnumbered. Within days, the Soviets had breached the outer defenses and were pressing into the suburbs of Berlin. The city itself became a fortress of rubble, each street and building transformed into a battlefield. Waffen-SS soldiers fought from barricades, cellars, and destroyed houses, inflicting heavy casualties on the attackers, but paying dearly in return. As the Red Army poured into the city, the Waffen-SS found itself fighting not just for Berlin, but for survival. Ammunition was scarce, food was running out, and medical supplies were almost non-existent. Yet the ideological fervor that had always defined the SS seemed to burn brighter in these last days. Eyewitnesses, including Soviet soldiers, recalled the determination with which Waffen-SS units defended every corner. The French volunteers of Charlemagne, for example, destroyed dozens of Soviet tanks in close-quarter combat using Panzerfausts, earning a reputation even among their enemies for suicidal bravery. The Nordland Division, largely composed of Scandinavians, held key defensive lines in the government district, shielding Hitler's bunker and the Reich Chancellery. These men knew the war was lost, but they continued to fight, driven by loyalty, fanaticism, or simply the refusal to surrender to an enemy they had been taught to despise. Inside the Führer bunker, Hitler's faith in the Waffen-SS was absolute to the end. Even as his empire crumbled, he believed that his SS guards would fight to the death for him, and indeed they did. SS troops manned the bunker perimeter, patrolled the nearby streets, and stood guard in the corridors as the Reich collapsed above their heads. When Hitler finally committed suicide on April 30th, 1945, it was SS officers who carried his body and that of Eva Braun outside to be burned in the garden of the Chancellery. The Waffen-SS thus remained bound to their Führer in both life and death, their loyalty intact even in defeat. The last days of Berlin were marked by chaos and horror. Civilians huddled in cellars as Soviet shells tore the city apart. Fires raged uncontrollably, and corpses lined the streets. Waffen-SS units, alongside remnants of the Wehrmacht and Hitler Youth, continued to resist, launching counterattacks, ambushing Soviet columns, and fighting from rooftop to basement. The Soviets responded with equal ferocity, blasting buildings to rubble before storming them. Entire neighborhoods became killing grounds. In the Tiergarten, Waffen-SS anti-tank teams destroyed advancing Soviet armor, only to be wiped out moments later by retaliatory barrages. Each district of Berlin became a miniature Stalingrad, with Waffen-SS soldiers at the center of the resistance. By early May, the city was in ruins and the defenders exhausted. The Waffen-SS formations had been reduced to scattered groups of survivors, still fighting in pockets around the government district. The French of Charlemagne, reduced to a few dozen men, fought to the last bullet in the ruins of central Berlin. The Nordland Division, which had borne the brunt of the fighting, was effectively annihilated. Small groups tried to break out of the encirclement, but most were captured or killed. For the Waffen-SS, there was no organized surrender. Their ideology forbade it, and their enemies offered little mercy. Many SS men were executed upon capture, while others were sent into long years of captivity in the Soviet Union. The fall of Berlin marked not just the end of the Reich, but also the symbolic end of the Waffen-SS as a military force. Their journey, from elite shock troops in the early campaigns to the shattered remnants defending a burning capital, was now complete. In these final battles, they had shown the same fanaticism and determination that had defined them throughout the war, but it was all in vain. The Waffen-SS could not alter the course of history. Their sacrifices only prolonged the agony of Germany without changing its outcome in the wider East. Other Waffen-SS divisions also met their end in April and May 1945. In Czechoslovakia, SS units fought desperate rearguard actions as German forces attempted to retreat toward American lines, preferring to surrender to the Western Allies rather than the Soviets. In Austria, divisions like Viking and remnants of Totenkopf were engaged in delaying battles, trying to hold mountain passes and protect the withdrawal of civilians. For many Waffen-SS men, the final goal was no longer victory but survival, the hope of reaching the West before the Soviets caught them. Yet the reality was grim. Thousands were captured by the Red Army, and for them the war did not end in May 1945. Instead, it meant years of brutal captivity, forced labor, and the stigma of belonging to an organization forever condemned. The Waffen-SS's final battles revealed the contradictions of their existence. They had been created as Hitler's elite, trained to embody his ideology and fight with unmatched determination. They had committed atrocities across Europe, waged a racial war in the East, and sworn eternal loyalty to their Führer. In Berlin and elsewhere, they lived up to their oath to the very end, fighting with fanatical courage. Yet in doing so, they tied themselves irrevocably to the crimes and the downfall of the regime they served. There could be no redemption for an organization so deeply bound to the ideology of National Socialism. The Waffen-SS, in its final days, was both a formidable fighting force and a doomed symbol of a failed vision. Thus ended the story of the Waffen-SS on the battlefield. From their beginnings as a small guard unit to their final moments in the ruins of Berlin, their path mirrored that of the Third Reich itself, rising with hubris, committing atrocities in the pursuit of power, and finally collapsing in fire and ruin. Their last battles in the East were a testament to their endurance, but also a condemnation of the ideology that had driven them to fight a war they could never win. Chapter 14. The Collapse in the West, 1944–45. The collapse of the Western Front in 1944 and 1945 was one of the decisive stages in the downfall of the Third Reich, and within that collapse the Waffen-SS once again played a crucial, if ultimately doomed, role. After years of fighting in the East, where brutality and vast battles of annihilation had defined their existence, the SS divisions were called upon to face the Western Allies in France after the Normandy landings. By that point, the reputation of the Waffen-SS was well established on both sides of the conflict. To their enemies, they were feared as determined, fanatical fighters who would hold ground even when it made no sense. To their own regime, they remained a symbol of loyalty and elite soldiering. Yet in the West, they would confront not only overwhelming material superiority, but also the reality that Germany no longer had the strength to fight on two fronts. The collapse was not sudden but gradual, unfolding from the beaches of Normandy through the hedgerows of France, into Belgium and the Netherlands, and finally into Germany itself. The Waffen-SS, which had once been seen as Hitler's spearhead in victory, would now become his shield in defeat. When the Allies landed on June 6, 1944, the German command structure in the West was already fractured. The Wehrmacht generals, accustomed to the traditional codes of warfare, were wary of Hitler's interference and skeptical about the outcome of the war. The Waffen-SS divisions, by contrast, were deployed as fire brigades, elite units to be thrown into the fiercest fighting to stem the Allied advance. Among these were divisions such as the 1st SS Panzer Division Leibstandard SS Adolf Hitler, the 2nd SS Panzer Division Das Reich, and the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend. The latter, composed largely of young recruits from the Hitler Youth indoctrinated from childhood, represented both the ideological zeal and the inexperience that now characterized the Waffen-SS. These divisions would quickly become central players in the desperate battles of Normandy. The fighting in Normandy was unlike anything the Waffen-SS had experienced before. The terrain of the Bocage, with its dense hedgerows and narrow lanes, turned every field into a fortress and every advance into a deadly ambush. The Allies possessed absolute air superiority, meaning that every daylight movement risked being destroyed by fighter bombers. Yet the Waffen-SS adapted with skill, using their experience from the East to wage a defensive war of ambushes, counterattacks, and brutal close-quarters combat. In the battles around Cannes, the 12th SS Hitlerjugend Division earned a reputation for fanatical resistance. Allied soldiers quickly learned that SS units rarely surrendered and would often fight to the last, even when encircled. This determination slowed the Allied advance considerably, but it also led to high casualties within the SS ranks. The Waffen-SS in Normandy were also implicated in atrocities that reflected their ideological core. The 12th SS Division, in particular, carried out executions of Canadian prisoners of war, incidents that shocked Allied opinion and confirmed the reputation of the SS as ruthless beyond the norms of warfare. These killings were not random acts of violence, but stemmed from the indoctrination of the soldiers, many of whom were teenagers taught that their enemies were subhuman and that mercy was weakness. Such actions hardened the resolve of the Allies and ensured that SS men captured in battle often faced harsher treatment than regular Wehrmacht soldiers. The cycle of brutality that had characterized the Eastern Front thus spilled into the West, reinforcing the sense that the Waffen-SS was not a conventional military force, but an ideological army unto itself. As the weeks dragged on, the Waffen-SS found themselves increasingly ground down. The Allied material superiority was overwhelming. Tanks, artillery, and aircraft poured into Normandy in endless supply, while German divisions dwindled. Even the elite SS units could not withstand the attrition. By late July, the Allied breakout at Operation Cobra shattered the German defensive line, and the Waffen-SS, alongside the Wehrmacht, were thrown into retreat. Many SS divisions were encircled in the Falaise pocket, a cauldron of destruction where German forces were pounded by artillery and airstrikes. The Waffen-SS divisions fought ferociously to hold open escape routes, and many of their commanders displayed tactical skill in delaying the Allied advance, but the losses were catastrophic. Entire battalions were wiped out, equipment abandoned, and the aura of invincibility that had once surrounded the Waffen-SS was badly tarnished. Survivors of Normandy were no longer the confident elite, but battered remnants forced to rebuild under desperate conditions. After Normandy, the Waffen-SS divisions reconstituted themselves as best they could in Belgium and the Netherlands. It was here that they once again became central to Hitler's strategy, especially during the desperate gamble of the Ardennes offensive in December 1944. Hitler believed that a surprise attack through the Ardennes could split the Allied armies, capture Antwerp, and force a negotiated peace in the West. The Waffen-SS played a central role in this plan, with the 1st SS Panzer Division Leibstandard under Joachim Paper tasked with a spearhead thrust. The offensive initially achieved surprise, and Paper's battle group advanced rapidly, capturing American prisoners along the way. Yet once again the ideological core of the SS revealed itself. At Malmedy, Paper's men massacred more than 80 American prisoners of war. This atrocity, quickly discovered by advancing Allied forces, became one of the defining war crimes of the Western Front and sealed the Waffen-SS's reputation as merciless combatants. Militarily, the Ardennes offensive was a disaster. The Waffen-SS divisions fought with determination, but logistical chaos, fuel shortages, and relentless Allied counterattacks brought the advance to a halt. By January 1945, the offensive had collapsed, leaving the SS divisions depleted yet again. Their losses in men and material could not be replaced. What had been conceived as a decisive blow to turn the tide of the war became instead the last great offensive of Nazi Germany, a futile gamble that exhausted what remained of the Reich's reserves. By early 1945, as the Allies crossed the Rhine and advanced into Germany, the Waffen-SS divisions in the West were shadows of their former selves. Some fought in the Ruhr pocket, others in central Germany, and still others retreated toward Bavaria in hopes of surrendering to the Americans rather than the Soviets. Everywhere, however, they faced overwhelming odds. Their once prized tanks were destroyed or abandoned, their ranks filled with inexperienced replacements, and their supply lines disintegrated. Yet many Waffen-SS units fought to the end, engaging in fierce battles even in the ruins of German cities. Their loyalty to Hitler and to the ideology of the Reich remained evident, though increasingly it meant sacrificing their lives for a cause already lost. The collapse in the West mirrored the broader collapse of the Waffen-SS as a whole. Their reputation as an elite military force had been both reinforced and tarnished. Reinforced by the ferocity with which they resisted, tarnished by the atrocities they committed and the futility of their sacrifices. By May 1945, when Germany surrendered unconditionally, the Waffen-SS in the West was shattered. Survivors laid down their arms, many facing trial or imprisonment, others fleeing into obscurity. The Western Allies, unlike the Soviets, generally observed the rules of war, but the stigma of belonging to the Waffen-SS meant that even surrender offered little relief from the weight of their past. Thus, the collapse in the West was both a military defeat and an ideological unraveling. The Waffen-SS had been created to embody Hitler's vision of a new order, to fight as his personal soldiers until the end. In France, Belgium, and Germany itself, they had done so with determination, skill, and brutality. Yet their loyalty could not overcome the reality of Allied power. The final battles in the West, like those in the East, were not just the end of a military force, but the final proof of the futility of the cause they had served. As the year 1945 dawned, the Waffen-SS divisions that had fought in the West found themselves staggering under the weight of defeat, exhaustion, and disillusionment. Their strength had been drained by Normandy, their hopes dashed in the Ardennes, and now the Reich itself was being consumed by the Allied advance. Yet despite the obvious collapse, Hitler continued to demand total resistance, and the Waffen-SS, bound by oath and indoctrination, remained at the forefront of this futile struggle. In the last months of the war, the Waffen-SS became both a military force and a symbol of the regime's inability to surrender, fighting in battles that were less about strategy and more about delaying the inevitable. After the Ardennes, Hitler ordered his remaining reserves to prepare for the Allied advance across the Rhine. The Waffen-SS divisions were deployed in scattered groups, often patched together from fragments of decimated battalions. The 1st SS Panzer Division Leibstandard and the 12th SS Hitlerjugend were reconstituted, but were shadows of their former selves, filled with raw recruits and lacking the tanks and heavy weapons that had once defined them. The 2nd SS Das Reich, once a feared armored division, was reduced to little more than a reinforced regiment by the spring of 1945. Yet in propaganda, the Waffen-SS was still presented as Hitler's elite, expected to stand between Germany and annihilation. The Allies, for their part, recognized the fighting qualities of the Waffen-SS, but also understood their limitations by this stage. American, British, and Canadian forces advancing into Germany often encountered desperate SS resistance in towns and cities, where fanatical defense caused bloody street fighting. In places such as Aachen, Cologne, and the Ruhr, SS troops turned civilian areas into fortresses, sacrificing soldiers and civilians alike to buy time. Their resistance slowed the Allies, but could not stop them. Behind the battle lines, the atrocities continued. SS units carried out executions of suspected deserters, enforced draconian discipline among German civilians, and participated in the massacres of prisoners. Even as the Reich crumbled, the Waffen-SS clung to its identity as an ideological army, punishing weakness and demanding loyalty to a cause already lost. One of the final dramatic episodes of the Waffen-SS in the West came during the crossing of the Rhine. In March 1945, American forces seized the Ludendorff Bridge at Remagen, establishing a bridgehead across the river. Hitler, furious at what he saw as a catastrophic failure, ordered SS units to launch counterattacks to destroy the bridge and throw the Americans back. Yet these attacks, involving hastily assembled Waffen-SS battle groups, were annihilated by American artillery and air power. The bridge fell not by German strength, but by structural collapse under constant bombardment. The inability of the Waffen-SS to halt the Allied crossing of the Rhine symbolized the end of German hopes in the West. Once the Allies had crossed, the collapse accelerated, and the SS divisions, like the Wehrmacht, were forced into retreat after retreat. The Ruhr Pocket in April 1945 illustrated both the determination and the futility of the Waffen-SS in these final weeks. Encircled with hundreds of thousands of Wehrmacht soldiers, several Waffen-SS units attempted to organize breakouts and resist until the end. While some fought to the last bullet, others surrendered in mass capitulations when it became clear that resistance was pointless. Within the pocket, discipline often collapsed, but SS commanders attempted to enforce order with brutal measures, executing deserters and threatening civilians who sought to surrender. Yet even their ferocity could not prevent the inevitable. The Ruhr became a vast prisoner camp for Allied forces, and thousands of Waffen-SS soldiers were marched into captivity, their divisions dissolved forever. Further south, in Bavaria and Austria, remnants of Waffen-SS divisions retreated with the hope of surrendering to the Americans rather than the Soviets, whom they feared greatly. These movements were chaotic and desperate, involving columns of soldiers, refugees, and shattered equipment. Some SS units, like elements of the 17th SS Panzergrenadier Division Gotz von Berlichingen, fought skirmishes against advancing American forces, but their resistance was symbolic rather than decisive. Others, like parts of the 6th SS Panzer Army, which had been withdrawn from the failed Ardennes offensive, attempted to regroup in Austria to face the Red Army. In both cases, the end was near, and many soldiers fought not for victory but for survival, hoping to reach Western captivity before Soviet tanks arrived. Despite the hopelessness of the situation, Hitler continued to demand that the Waffen-SS exemplify loyalty to the end. In his speeches and directives, he praised their sacrifices and portrayed them as the embodiment of German will. In practice, however, their ability to resist had been destroyed by years of attrition. Most SS divisions were down to a fraction of their original strength, with no fuel for their vehicles, little ammunition, and dwindling morale. Many of the younger recruits, indoctrinated though they were, had seen enough destruction to understand that the war was lost. Even some of the veterans, who had fought since Poland and France, knew that their years of service had been in vain. Yet orders were orders, and in the last battles of Germany, Waffen-SS units fought in ruined streets, mountain passes, and riversides until they were annihilated or captured. The collapse in the West also revealed the contradictions within the Waffen-SS. They had been created as an ideological elite, distinct from the Wehrmacht. Yet by 1945 their divisions included conscripts, foreign volunteers, and remnants of shattered units thrown together in desperation. Their claim to be a purely elite force had long since vanished, and in many ways they had become indistinguishable from the rest of the German military, except in their ideological zeal and reputation for brutality. Allied intelligence recognized that Waffen-SS units could be counted on to resist longer and harder than most, but they were also seen as militarily overstretched, unable to sustain prolonged campaigns against superior numbers and firepower. By May 1945, the collapse in the West was complete. The Allies had advanced to the Elbe, linking up with the Soviets, and Germany itself was carved into occupied zones. The Waffen-SS in the West ceased to exist as organized formations. Survivors surrendered in groups large and small, often under the watchful eyes of Allied military police. For many, captivity brought with it the reckoning of their past. Trials, interrogations, and denazification programs revealed the extent of their involvement not just in combat, but in atrocities, reinforcing the post-war judgment that the Waffen-SS was not a normal army, but a criminal organization. For those who had fought to the last, there was no honor, only the recognition that they had sacrificed everything for a cause that had brought only destruction. The collapse in the West was not a sudden breaking point, but a steady unraveling, accelerated by Allied strength and German exhaustion. The Waffen-SS, once the pride of Hitler's military ambitions, found themselves reduced to scattered remnants, clinging to a loyalty that could not save them. Their role in the Western Front was thus both significant and tragic. They slowed the Allies, inflicted casualties, and fought with determination, but ultimately they could not alter the outcome. Their collapse mirrored the collapse of the regime itself. Stubborn, destructive, and inevitable, as Germany surrendered in May 1945. The Waffen-SS ceased to exist as a fighting force. What remained were memories, myths, and a legacy deeply stained by war crimes and atrocities. In the West, they were remembered not for victories but for massacres like Malmedy, for their fanatical defense in Normandy, and for their futile sacrifices in the Ardennes. Their collapse was the final chapter in a story that had begun with promises of elite status and had ended in ruin, discredit, and condemnation. Chapter 15: The Fall of Berlin and the Waffen-SS Last Stand, 1945. By the final months of the war, Germany was a nation in ruins. The Reich that Adolf Hitler had promised would last 1,000 years was burning itself out in scarcely more than 12. Cities had been reduced to rubble by ceaseless Allied bombing. Railways were shattered, fuel was almost non-existent, and the German people, exhausted and starving, were desperate for an end. Yet at the heart of this devastation, Hitler and his most loyal followers refused to accept surrender. For the Waffen-SS, who had pledged their personal oaths of loyalty to Hitler, this refusal translated into one last, catastrophic struggle: the defense of Berlin and the final battles of the war. It was in these desperate days that the Waffen-SS fought not just against overwhelming armies, but against the inescapable truth that the Reich was finished. Their final stand, though fanatical, was also a reflection of the complete disintegration of Germany as 1945 began. The situation on both fronts was beyond repair. In the West, the failure of the Ardennes offensive had left the Waffen-SS drained of manpower and equipment. In the East, the Red Army had launched Operation Vistula, Oder in January, smashing through German defenses and racing across Poland into the very heart of Germany. Soviet spearheads advanced nearly 300 miles in just weeks, overrunning positions that had once taken the Germans months of bitter fighting to capture. The Waffen-SS divisions, once the cutting edge of Hitler's conquests, were now deployed in frantic defensive battles on German soil. Their missions were no longer about conquest or even meaningful defense, but about delaying the inevitable advance long enough to buy time for the regime. The Waffen-SS found themselves caught between the desperation of their leadership and the fury of the enemy. Hitler still believed that sheer willpower and loyalty could overcome material odds, and he demanded that the SS exemplify this belief. Orders were issued to hold every position, no matter how hopeless, and to punish retreat or surrender as treason. In practice, this meant that Waffen-SS officers often enforced discipline with ruthless measures, executing soldiers suspected of desertion or cowardice, and ensuring that entire units either held their ground or were annihilated. For the Red Army, which had suffered enormously at the hands of the SS during earlier years, there was little mercy to be found. Soviet propaganda portrayed the Waffen-SS as the embodiment of Nazi cruelty, and frontline soldiers often treated captured SS men with immediate vengeance rather than formal process. The defense of Berlin began long before Soviet troops reached the city itself. Waffen-SS divisions, including remnants of the 11th SS Nordland, the 23rd SS Nederland, and foreign volunteer formations, were deployed across eastern Germany to slow the Red Army's advance. These units, composed largely of non-German volunteers from Scandinavia, the Netherlands, and elsewhere, had fought for years in the east and now found themselves facing destruction on German soil. They were joined by fragments of German SS divisions shattered in earlier battles, all thrown together to form a defensive ring. The fighting in places such as Kustrin and the Silo Heights became symbolic of this last-ditch resistance. At the Silo Heights, in April 1945, Waffen-SS troops fought alongside the Wehrmacht in one of the final great defensive battles on the Eastern Front. Despite ferocious resistance, including counterattacks with what few tanks remained, the Soviets broke through, opening the road to Berlin. Within the city itself, preparations for a final stand were underway. The Waffen-SS took a leading role in organizing the defense, both because of their proximity to Hitler and because the Wehrmacht's command structure had effectively collapsed. SS General Felix Steiner was nominally tasked with leading a counterattack to relieve Berlin, though in reality his units were so depleted that they could not even attempt such an operation. Hitler, increasingly detached from reality, believed that Steiner would launch a decisive strike against the Soviets, and when this failed to materialize, he denounced his generals as traitors. In this climate of paranoia, the Waffen-SS remained among the few forces Hitler still trusted completely, and he placed great emphasis on their willingness to die for him. Inside Berlin, Waffen-SS units took up defensive positions in key districts, transforming government buildings, bridges, and street corners into fortresses. Among the defenders were hardened veterans from divisions like the Nordland, as well as young recruits from the Hitlerjugend and hastily armed civilians. The city became a labyrinth of barricades and strong points, with SS men often leading mixed groups of soldiers, police, and militia in desperate defense. They were heavily outnumbered, outgunned, and cut off from supplies, yet their orders were clear: hold Berlin to the last man. The atmosphere was one of apocalyptic determination, fueled by Nazi propaganda that warned of Soviet atrocities and promised redemption through sacrifice. The Soviet assault on Berlin began in mid-April, and the fighting quickly descended into chaos. Street by street, building by building, the Red Army advanced under a storm of artillery fire. The Waffen-SS defenders used every tactic available to delay them: ambushes from basements, sniper fire from rooftops, last-ditch counterattacks with Panzerfausts against tanks. Casualties on both sides were staggering, and the civilian population was caught in the middle, enduring bombardment, starvation, and violence. SS commanders attempted to maintain morale by invoking loyalty to Hitler and the fatherland, but as the Soviets closed in, even some of the most fanatical began to realize that they were fighting for nothing more than survival. One of the most notable SS presences in Berlin was the French Charlemagne Division, a unit of French volunteers who had chosen to fight to the death rather than surrender. Numbering only a few hundred by this stage, they distinguished themselves in the brutal urban combat, destroying Soviet tanks and holding key positions longer than expected. Their willingness to fight on foreign soil for a doomed regime was both a testament to the ideological power of Nazism and a symbol of the tragedy of foreign volunteers who had tied their fates to Germany's war. Alongside them, Scandinavian volunteers from the Nordland Division also fought to the last, many dying in the ruins of government buildings. For these foreign SS men, Berlin became both a grave and a stage for their final demonstration of loyalty. In the government quarter, Waffen-SS soldiers stood guard outside the Reich Chancellery and the Führerbunker, where Hitler spent his final days. These guards, drawn from the Leibstandard and other SS formations, were among the most loyal and trusted. Their role was less about combat and more about symbolizing the regime's endurance, though many would also participate in the last firefights around the bunker. Hitler himself, increasingly detached from reality, continued to give orders for non-existent armies to counterattack, still imagining that the Waffen-SS could somehow save him. His trust in them never wavered, even as the city around him collapsed. By late April, The Soviets had encircled Berlin completely, and the defense was reduced to isolated pockets. Waffen-SS units, along with Wehrmacht remnants and civilians, held out in shrinking areas, knowing that relief was impossible. Hitler refused to surrender, and his orders ensured that the fighting continued until annihilation. For the Waffen-SS, this meant that their last days were spent in a nightmare of rubble, fire, and blood, where every street corner became a battlefield, and every day brought the certainty of death or capture. In this final stand, the Waffen-SS lived up to their oath of loyalty, but it was a loyalty that brought only destruction to themselves and those around them. As the month of April drew to an end, the fall of Berlin became inevitable. The Waffen-SS defenders had inflicted casualties on the Soviets and had shown the fanatical determination Hitler expected, but they could not alter the outcome. Their role in the final battles of Berlin was both tragic and symbolic. They fought with courage and discipline, yet they did so in the service of a regime that was already doomed, and their actions prolonged the suffering of civilians caught in the crossfire. For the Red Army, the destruction of the SS in Berlin was not just a military victory, but also an act of vengeance for years of atrocities. For the Waffen-SS, it was the fulfillment of their oath to fight to the end, though in truth it was nothing more than the last act in a war already lost. The fall of Berlin was not just the collapse of a city, it was the collapse of the entire edifice of Hitler's Reich, and the Waffen-SS were at its center until the very end. After weeks of bloody fighting across the German capital, the once proud formations of the SS were reduced to ragged groups of survivors clinging to ruins, trying to hold off overwhelming Soviet forces with almost nothing left to fight with. In this last part of their story, we see how the Waffen-SS transitioned from instruments of conquest to symbols of hopeless fanaticism, and how their final acts defined their legacy in both myth and memory. By late April 1945, the Red Army had penetrated deep into Berlin. The city's defenses, held by a mix of Wehrmacht, Waffen-SS, Volkssturm militia, and Hitler Youth, were crumbling. The Soviets had already reached the government district, and every hour brought them closer to the Reich Chancellery. Inside his bunker, Hitler remained convinced that loyal SS units would prevent the collapse, still clinging to fantasies of relief attacks that never came. He placed particular hope in SS General Felix Steiner, whom he ordered to launch a counteroffensive north of the city, despite the fact that Steiner had barely any combat-ready troops left. When the attack failed to materialize, Hitler erupted in fury, declaring the war lost, but still refusing surrender. Even in his despair, he spoke of betrayal by his generals, never recognizing that the Waffen-SS could not perform miracles against the massive Soviet forces. For the Waffen-SS defenders in Berlin, this period was one of unimaginable hardship. Ammunition was scarce, food was running out, and medical supplies were almost non-existent. Units were often down to a handful of men, yet were still ordered to hold strongpoints against entire Soviet battalions. The tactics of the defense were desperate. Small teams armed with Panzerfausts lurked in alleys to ambush tanks, while machine gun nests hidden in basements and upper stories tried to mow down Soviet infantry as they advanced. Every building became a fortress, and every street crossing was barricaded with rubble. The Waffen-SS, many of them veterans of years of combat, trained the younger and less experienced defenders in these grim survival tactics. But the overwhelming firepower of the Red Army made survival nearly impossible. Among the most notable defenders were the remnants of the French Charlemagne Division, foreign volunteers who had chosen to follow Hitler to the bitter end. Their numbers were reduced to just a few hundred, but their ferocity in battle was recognized even by their Soviet opponents. Reports describe them destroying dozens of Soviet tanks in the final days, often fighting literally to the last bullet. For these men, Berlin was both a grave and a stage for their ideological conviction, a chance to prove loyalty even in defeat. Similarly, the Scandinavian volunteers of the Nordland Division fought stubbornly in the ruins, holding positions near the government quarter until they were virtually annihilated. These foreign SS units symbolized the international nature of the Waffen-SS, and their destruction in Berlin mirrored the destruction of the Nazi dream of a pan-European empire. The morale of the defenders was a strange mixture of fanaticism, despair, and fatalism. Nazi propaganda still circulated, insisting that victory was possible or that some miraculous weapon would turn the tide. Yet most Waffen-SS soldiers knew the truth. They were fighting in a doomed cause. For some, this was liberating. It meant there was nothing left to lose, only honor to preserve. For others, it was crushing, and desertions increased, though the SS maintained strict discipline and often executed suspected deserters on the spot. In this atmosphere, loyalty became a matter of survival as much as conviction, with men clinging to their units because there was no other path. Inside the Reich Chancellery and the Führer bunker, Waffen-SS guards stood watch even as the world around them disintegrated. They continued their duties with mechanical precision, protecting Hitler, his staff, and his inner circle. When Hitler married Eva Braun and then took his own life on April 30th, 1945, Waffen-SS officers were among those who carried his body to the garden, poured gasoline over it, and burned it under artillery fire. This moment, both surreal and symbolic, represented the literal and figurative end of Hitler's empire, and the SS were the last to serve him in death as they had in life. After Hitler's death, command of Berlin's defense passed briefly to others, but it was clear the fight could not continue much longer. Waffen-SS units made desperate attempts to break out of the encirclement, leading columns of soldiers and civilians westward in hopes of surrendering to the Western Allies rather than the Soviets. These breakout attempts were often suicidal, as Soviet forces encircled and crushed them. Yet thousands still tried, believing that capture by the Americans or British would at least offer a chance of survival. Many SS men feared, rightly, that the Soviets would execute them immediately in revenge for years of atrocities. By early May, Berlin had fallen. The surviving Waffen-SS defenders who had not been killed were captured. Many were summarily executed, especially foreign volunteers whom the Soviets regarded as mercenaries. Others were marched into captivity, beginning years of imprisonment in Soviet camps where survival rates were low. For those who escaped west, capture by the Allies meant long interrogations, trials, and imprisonment, though some would eventually be released. The Waffen-SS as a fighting force ceased to exist, its divisions shattered, its leadership hunted down, and its name forever tied to both battlefield prowess and unspeakable crimes. The legacy of the Waffen-SS in Berlin is complex. On the one hand, their defense was militarily impressive given the hopeless circumstances. They inflicted heavy casualties on the Soviets, held out longer than expected, and demonstrated extraordinary discipline under fire. On the other hand, their stand prolonged civilian suffering and symbolized the fanatical devotion to Hitler that had brought Germany to ruin. In the years after the war, some former SS men would portray their last stand as a noble sacrifice, a clean military effort separate from the crimes of the regime. Yet history cannot separate the Waffen-SS from the ideology they served. Their loyalty to Hitler until the very end was not an apolitical act of soldiering. It was the ultimate expression of their oath to a dictator who had plunged Europe into catastrophe. The fall of Berlin marked not just the end of the Waffen-SS, but also the end of the myth they had built around themselves. For years, they had claimed to be the elite defenders of Europe, the vanguard of a new order. In reality, their final days showed them as defenders of rubble, fighting desperately for a regime that had collapsed into madness. Their courage and skill were real, but they were spent in the service of destruction. Their loyalty was absolute, but it was given to a man who led them to annihilation. In this sense, the story of the Waffen-SS is both tragic and damning, a reminder that loyalty without morality is a path to ruin. When the guns finally fell silent in May 1945, the Waffen-SS had been destroyed. Of the nearly 1 million men who had served in its ranks, countless were dead, imprisoned, or scattered. The survivors carried the stigma of their allegiance for the rest of their lives. Trials, denazification, and the long shadow of history ensured that the Waffen-SS would never be remembered as merely soldiers. They were the armed wing of a regime built on terror, and their end in Berlin was both fitting and inevitable. The ruins of Berlin still bore witness to their last stand long after the war ended. Streets and buildings once defended by SS men were rebuilt, the scars of battle covered over. Yet in memory, the Waffen-SS remained tied to those final days, a symbol of fanatical resistance, destructive loyalty, and the futility of fighting for a doomed cause. Their story, from their rise as Hitler's bodyguard to their destruction in Berlin, is one of ambition, violence, and ultimate failure. And in the end, their oath to fight to the last was fulfilled, not in victory, but in utter ruin.